Chapter 1. The wind off the floodwater carried salt through the gap in the shutters, and Nariza felt it settle on her skin like a second layer of dread. She pulled the linen tighter. The morning was still dark enough that the servant quarters held only the gray hush of pre-dawn, but the household had been stirring since the third bell. Winter inspection. Every servant at Brine Hall would line up for examination before noon. Wet cloth, cold fingers, the chapel clerk's unhurried hands checking collars and cuffs and sleeves. Nariza wrapped the binding around her left forearm a third time, pulling it taut over the silver patterns that coiled from wrist to elbow. The marks were not raised like scar tissue. They lay flat against her skin, smooth and impossible, silver filigree that caught light even in shadow. Sea patterns. Royal. Tide warden. She adjusted the angle of her sleeve before she reached for the pins. The room she shared with two other laundresses was barely wide enough for a cot and a basin. On the wall above her pillow, a crack ran through the plaster in the shape of a flooded coastline, and the floorboards breathed damp year-round. She had slept here for 9 years. 9 years of waking before the bells, of learning to move like someone who had never wanted anything, of binding her arms every morning in linen and wool and silence. She checked the seal of her collar next. 3 buttons, high enough that nothing showed when she bent or reached. She had paid a half-month's wages for this collar, replaced the original 2 years ago when the old one frayed and started riding loose at the throat. The laundresses thought she was particular about her appearance. Wensla had signed once, amused, that Nariza dressed like she expected an inspection every day. Nariza had not corrected her. Footsteps in the corridor, fast, urgent. Someone was running, which meant a message was moving through the house, and messages that moved at a run in Brine Hall were never good. She finished the last button and crossed to the door. The narrow service corridor was already filling with movement. Lamps swung low on their hooks, casting shadows that stretched and shrank with each passing body. A kitchen girl rushed past with a basket of salt bread, and behind her came the youngest footman, Jace, pale-faced and breathing hard. "He's back," Jace said before she could ask. The heir came up the title road before dawn. His party's in the east courtyard now. Nariza's hands went still at her sides. Aurelia Ferial had been inland for 8 months. 8 months of peace, of routine, of the household settling into the kind of quiet that came when the heir was far enough from Brine Hall to forget it existed. She had allowed herself to relax, to believe the winter inspection would pass the way they all passed, with cold hands and quick compliance, and no one looking too closely. She had let herself forget that he always returned before the inspections. "They're assigning attendance," Jace said, lowering his voice. "Mother Quainon's already drawn up the list, but he told her no. He refused every name she gave him." The corridor seemed to narrow. The lamps flickered. "Refused?" Nariza said. Jace nodded, eyes wide. "Said he'd choose his own. Said he wanted someone who knew the manor, not some polished stranger from the Manland staff who'd trip over every threshold." A cold thread wound through Nariza's chest. This was not her problem. She was not a personal attendant. She worked in the upper chambers, yes, but she had never been assigned to any single member of the family. She cleaned, she carried, she folded linens and replenished salt basins, and made herself so forgettable that even the steward's eyes slid past her without catching. She was not on any list. "He's asking for names," Jace added, and something in his voice made Nariza's breath stop. "He's asking the household, the servants. He wants to know who's been here longest, who knows the passages, who—" He swallowed. "Who never flinched from him when he was a boy." Nariza remembered. She remembered Aurelio Ferial at 14, sharp-eyed and restless, trailing through the manor like a storm that hadn't decided where to land. He had asked her once, in the library corridor, whether she had ever seen the sea from the upper galleries. She had said no, keeping her eyes on the floor, and he had stood there for a long moment before walking away. She had not flinched. She had not done anything at all, just stood still and quiet the way she always did, and he had remembered her face. That was 9 years ago. "He's not going to ask for me," she said. Jace looked at her with something that might have been pity. "He already did," he said. "Mother Quillen just sent word to the steward's office. You're to report to the Pierce chambers before the first tide bell." The world tilted. Nerissa felt the linen against her forearms, tight and warm and suddenly not tight enough. She felt the weight of her sleeves, the careful arrangement of her collar, the small lies she had built her life around. She felt the inspection pressing toward her like the storm tide that would swallow the lower streets by evening. She had practiced invisibility for 9 years, and Aurelio Furiel, returned from the inland courts with his reformist ideas and his sharp memory, had undone it in a single morning. She did not answer Jace. She turned back toward her room, where the cracked plaster post line ran above her cot, and she thought about the silver marks beneath the linen and the inspection that would strip her bare if anyone looked too long. Behind her, Jace's footsteps retreated, carrying the news further into the house. Nerissa stood in the narrow doorway with her hand on the frame and felt the whole of Talal shift around her, currents rearranging themselves around a single point. She was no longer invisible. And the winter inspection had not yet begun. Chapter 2. The east wing corridors smelled of beeswax and the faint brine that seeped through every wall in Brine Hall. Nerissa had walked them 1,000 times, always at the edges, always in the space between notice and shadow. Today the distance felt shorter, the walls closer. She kept her hands still at her sides and her steps measured. A personal attendant moved differently, walked differently, breathed differently, she imagined, and she had not yet learned which rhythm would keep her safe. The door to Aurelio Ferro's chambers stood ajar. Light spilled through the gap, pale and salt-filtered, and she could hear movement inside. The rustle of linen, the soft clink of metal on stone. She knocked once, twice, the way she had knocked on 100 other doors. "Enter." His voice was lower than she remembered. 9 years had deepened it, given it weight, but the shape of it was the same. The same careless authority of someone who had never needed to ask permission. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The chambers were larger than she had expected. A receiving room opened ahead, furnished with dark wood and pale upholstery. The windows cranked wide to let in the damp morning air. The tide was rising beyond the glass. She could hear it lapping against the stilts below, a sound she usually found steadying. Now it felt like a countdown. Aurelio stood near the window with his back to her, adjusting the cuff of his coat. He wore no formal jewelry, no house pins, nothing that announced his rank the way the dowager did. Just good wool and clean linen, and the easy posture of someone who had never been interrupted mid-sentence by a superior's arrival. He turned. His face had sharpened since 14. The bones were more defined, the jaw less soft, but the eyes were the same. Dark, watchful, the color of wet stone. He looked at her the way he had looked at her in the library corridor 9 years ago, as if he were trying to solve a riddle she had not known she posed. "You came," he said. "Your steward sent word." A pause. His gaze traveled over her, not invasive, but assessing, the way any noble assessed a new piece of household machinery. She had been looked at that way before. She knew how to hold still under it. "I asked for you specifically," he said. "Did they tell you why?" "No." He made a small sound, almost a laugh, and turned back to the window. I remembered you. From before. You were in the library corridor the autumn I turned 14. I asked if you'd seen the sea from the upper galleries. Yes. You said no. You didn't flinch, you didn't stammer, you just stood there and answered. She said nothing. She did not know what answer he wanted. I've been inland for 8 months, he said. The courts, the academies, the saltless cities where no one knows the tide schedule, and the servants flinch when you speak to them directly. I came back to Brine Hall and found the same faces, the same rituals, the same silence that passes for order here. He glanced at her over his shoulder. But you, I remembered. The words landed oddly. Not a compliment, not an accusation, just a fact he had chosen to state. Your duties, he said, and the shift was abrupt enough to make her blink. I don't know how the house assigns personal attendants. Mother Queon gave me a list of names I'd never met. I told her I'd choose my own. I was informed. So. He turned fully and crossed to a low table where a ledger lay open. You know the manor. You know the passages. You've been here longer than most of the inland staff. That makes you useful. Useful. A cold, practical word. She could work with useful. What hours suit your work best? The question stopped her. She stood with her hands folded and her eyes lowered and heard the words again, certain she had misheard. I beg your pardon. Your work hours, he repeated. I know attendants usually wake before the household and sleep after it settles. But you've been cleaning the upper chambers for years. You know which times the corridors are quiet, which times the kitchens are loud enough to cover movement. Tell me what schedule would let you do your work without being watched by half the staff. She stared at the floor and tried to find the trap. There was always a trap. Nobles did not ask. They assigned. They expected. They assumed the shape of a servant's life was theirs to carve. The morning bells are best, she said carefully, before the household rises. The passages are empty and the lamps stay low. Then mornings, he said it like a decision made, not a favor granted. And if a duty falls outside that window, we may refuse it. No penalty, no record. Tell me directly and I'll reassign it. Her hands tightened at her sides. Refuse. He had said refuse. In 9 years at Brine Hall, no one had ever told her she could refuse a task. The word did not exist in a servant's vocabulary. It was a noble word, a luxury, a piece of language that belonged to people who had never been sold to cover a flood tithe. I don't understand, she said. Aurelio looked at her. The morning light caught the side of his face, and she saw something slicker in his expression. Not irritation, not impatience, something closer to recognition. I know how Brine Hall works, he said. I grew up in it. I know what it costs to say no in this house. Then why offer it? Because I want you to stay. The words hung between them. She felt them land somewhere deep in her chest. A stone dropped into dark water, and she did not know what to do with the ripples. I don't mean that as a command, he added, quieter. I mean it as a preference. You're the only person in this manor who looked at me 9 years ago and didn't try to become something I'd want. You just were. I'd rather have that kind of person near me than someone who's been trained to perform obedience. She should have answered, should have given him the courteous agreement he expected, the smooth compliance that kept servants safe. But the words would not come. She had spent 9 years becoming invisible, and Aurelio Ferroal had seen her anyway. I'll have the East Passage prepared for your use, he said, returning to the ledger as if the moment had not happened. The staff corridor connects to my rooms through the old linen press. You can come and go without crossing the main hall. If anyone asks, you're mending my wardrobe. No one questions mending. She nodded. The motion felt mechanical. Go now. Rest if you can. The inspection begins tomorrow, and you'll need to know my schedule before the chapel bells start counting. She turned toward the door. Her hand found the handle, cold iron against her palm, and she almost left without speaking. But something stopped her. She looked back. He had not moved from the window. The light caught his profile, the straight line of his nose, the set of his jaw, and she saw that he was waiting. Not for her to leave, but for her to choose to stay or go. "You remembered me," she said, "from the library, 9 years ago." "Yes." "Why?" He was quiet for a long moment. "Because you were the only person in that corridor who looked like she belonged to herself." The words followed her out of the room, down the narrow passage, into the service corridor where the lamp still swung and the shadows still stretched. She walked with her hands pressed flat against her sides and felt the silver marks burning neath the linen, and she did not know whether she had been given a gift or a sentence. At the end of the corridor, Wensla stood outside the laundry room, a folded length of wool in her narn. Chapter 3. The service corridor swallowed her. Nuriza walked with her spine straight and her eyes lowered, the way she had trained herself to move through Brine Hall for 9 years. Invisible, unremarkable, a shadow that did not interrupt the light. But the whispers followed her. She caught them in the narrow turn, where the kitchen vents breathed steam into the upper passage. 2 maids, heads bent together, their voices pitched low enough that she should not have heard. The heirs' rooms. She came out of them alone. She went in alone. The second voice dropped lower. Quellen never let anyone in alone. Nuriza kept walking. She did not slow, she did not turn her head, but her shoulders tightened beneath the high collar of her shirt, and she felt the binds shift against her forearms with every step. By the time she reached the laundry room, the morning bells had not yet rung, but the household was already awake, already watching. Wensla stood at the iron tub, her sleeves rolled past her elbows, her hands submerged in water gone gray with salt and lye. She did not look up when Nuriza entered, but her hands paused. Nuriza stood in the doorway and let the steam settle around her. "They're talking," she said. Wensla's hands resumed their work. She lifted a length of wet linen from the tub, wrung it with a twist that pulled the tendons in her wrists, and laid it flat on the board. Then she signed, one-handed, without looking up. "Of course." Nuriza's throat tightened. "He gave me a staff passage through the old linen press. He said I could refuse tasks. He asked what hours I preferred, as if my preference mattered." Wensla's hands stilled again. She turned her head slowly, and her eyes met Nuriza's for the first time that morning. Old eyes, pale blue, filmed at the edges, but sharp enough to cut. "And what did you say?" "I said mornings." Wensla nodded once. Then she signed again, each motion deliberate, as if she were pressing the shape of the words into the steam. "He sees you." Nuriza's breath caught. "That is not a gift. That is a risk." The words landed like stones in her chest. She wanted to argue, to explain that Aurelia had meant no harm, that his offer had felt almost kind, that for one suspended moment in his rooms she had believed she might be safe in his attention. But she had spent 9 years learning to read the currents of Brine Hall, and Wensla had spent 40. She did not argue. "The inspection begins tomorrow," Nuriza said instead, "before the chapel bells." Wensla's hands returned to the linen. She wrung it again, harder this time, and the water fell into the tub with a sound like rain on stone. "Then you have 1 day to decide what he's worth." Nuriza's hands went cold. She left the laundry before the weight of the question could settle fully, but it followed her through the service corridor, up the narrow stairs, past the pantry where 2 footmen paused in their conversation to watch her pass. She felt their eyes. She felt every pair of eyes. The morning bells rang as she reached the east wing, and she found Aurelia's door ajar, a crack of gray light spilling into the passage. She knocked once, twice, and heard his voice from inside. "Come in." She entered with her eyes lowered and her hands clasped at her waist, the posture of a servant who knew her place. But Aurelia was not at the window this time. He stood beside the low table where a tray of bread and preserved fish had been laid out, untouched. "You came back," he said. She stopped just inside the threshold. "I was assigned to you." "That's not an answer." She looked up. He was watching her with that same stillness, that same unnerving patience, as if he had all the time in the world to wait for her to speak her real lots. "I came back because I gave my word," she said, "and because I don't break my word." Something shafted in his expression, not quite approval, not quite surprise, something closer to recognition. The same flicker she had seen that morning when he told her she looked like she belonged to herself. "Good," he said. "The inspection begins tomorrow." Nuria said. The word stopped her. Aurelia set down his own bread, his jaw tight. "I didn't mean that as a command. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said it that way." "Then why did you?" He looked at her, and for a moment the polished air slipped. She saw something raw underneath, something uncertain, something that looked almost like fear. "Because I don't want to be the only person in this room who knows what it costs to be seen." The confession hung between them, fragile and dangerous. She wanted to answer, wanted to tell him that she understood, that she had spent 9 years learning the exact price of visibility, that every glance in the service corridor now felt like accounting. But she could not, because the silver marks burned beneath her sleeves, and the inspection had not begun, and Aurelia Farrell was the most dangerous person in Branhall, not because he would expose her, but because he made her want to be seen. The door opened again. Dame McClellan Ball stood in the threshold, her pale eyes taking in the scene with a single sweep. The bread on the table, Nuri's hand still raised, Aurelia standing too close. "My apologies for the interruption," Quillen said, her voice flat as salt. "But the inspection order has moved. It begins tonight, not tomorrow." The chapel was firm. Nuria's blood turned cold. "All attendants are to be in the great hall by the 3rd evening bell," Quillen continued. Her gaze settled on Nuria with a precision that felt like a blade. "Bring clean cuffs, the chapel check sleeves." She did not wait for a response. She turned and left, the door swinging shut behind her, and the silence she left behind was sharp enough to draw blood. Nuria stood frozen. The inspection. Tonight. Chapter 4. The 3rd evening bell had not yet rung, but Nerissa felt it in her chest, counting down. She stood in Aurelio's chambers with her hands empty and her sleeves pulled tight, the bread still warm in her memory, Quan's words still cold in her blood. The inspection was hours away. The chapel would check sleeves, and she had spent the morning binding her arms in linen that would not hold if anyone touched her. Aurelia had been gone since before Quan's announcement. "A political call," he had said. Something about the Miret delegates arriving early. She had nodded and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that would not sound like begging for help. Now the door opened and he stepped through. Salt-stiff cuffs crusting the hem of his coat, his hair damp at the temples. He looked tired. Not the Pollock exhaustion of a man who had spent the morning managing pleasantries, but the deeper kind. The kind that came from holding his tongue too long. He saw her standing by the table, still tense, still waiting, and something in his face shifted. "You stayed." "I have nowhere else to be." It came out sharper than she meant. He did not flinch. He crossed to the wardrobe and began unpicking his coat cuffs with stiff fingers, the salt crust flaking onto the floor. The habit of 9 years pulled her forward before she could stop herself. "Let me." She did not wait for permission. She took his wrist and worked the salt-stiff button loose with the pressure she had learned on 100 other coats, her fingers moving quick and practiced. He let her. That was the strangest part. He let her. "The Mirate delegation," he said, his voice flat. They arrived with 24 attendants and a request to inspect the household salt stores before the alliance is announced. "Before the betrothal?" He did not correct her. "They want to see that Brine Hall's wards are strong enough to host their daughter through winter." The dowager agreed. Nerissa worked the second button loose. The coat fell open, and she caught the scent of him. Salt, wool, rain, and something underneath that smelled like the inland courts. Clean. Foreign. "Does that mean the chapel inspection will be even more thorough tonight?" "Yes." She pulled the coat free of his shoulders and folded it over her arm. The fabric was heavy with moisture. The salt crust shot against her palms. "There's something I want to ask you," Aurelio said. She looked up. He was watching her with that careful attention she did not know how to read, the kind that made her feel like she was the only person in the room, and also like she was being studied. "Ask." "The household rules, the way they fall on servants. I know the official version. I want to know the real one." She went still. "Why?" He took a breath, let it out slow. "I spent 8 months inland, in courts where servants speak freely and are not punished for it, where a man can ask a question without everyone assuming he is testing them. I came back and I find that nothing has changed, that the same silences still hold, that people like you still cannot answer a simple question without weighing the cost." "That is not a question," she said. "It is. I am asking you whether what I saw in those courts could ever exist here. Whether the rules are as immutable as everyone claims, or whether they only remain because no one has thought to break them." Nerissa looked at the coat in her arms, at the salt crusting the wool, at the man who stood before her in simple linen, without housepins, without the armor of rank, asking her to tell him the truth about his own house. "They remain," she said slowly, "because the people who break them do not survive to break them twice." Aurelio's jaw tightened. "Tell me one." "One what?" "One rule. One custom. One thing that makes being a servant there harder than it has to be. Something I could change." She should not answer. She knew she should not answer. Every instinct honed over 9 years screamed at her to shake her head, to look at the floor, to say nothing and wait for him to lose interest. But she remembered the bread, the warmth of it, the way he had stood beside her while she lighted it, close enough that the household would see. "The linen quota," she said. "What about it?" "We are given 1 clean shift per week. The washroom runs twice, regardless of whether the weather has dried the first batch. During winter inspections, we are checked for cleanliness and for visible salt stains. If we present a stained collar, we are fined. But there is not enough dry linen to change more often." Aurea stared at her. "That is not a custom, that is a trap." "It is the system. The chapel sets the standards, the house sets the quotas. If you fail either, the fault is yours." He ran a hand over his face. She watched the calculation move through him, the shift from theory to practice, from the abstract reformer she had imagined to a man who was, for the first time, seeing the machinery up close. "I did not know that," he said quietly. "No, you would not." She regretted it as soon as she said it. The words hung between them, too honest, too sharp. She had not meant to sound accusatory, but she had spent 9 years carrying knowledge he had never needed to learn. "I want you to tell me," he said. "Tell you what?" "When something is wrong, when a rule cuts deeper than it should, when custom turns cruel. I want you to tell me, and I want you to know that I will believe you." She looked at him, at the earnest set of his jaw, at the way his hands hung at his sides, open, unguarded. "Believing me will not change the house. It will change me." That was worse. That was so much worse because she did not want to change him. She wanted to survive him. She wanted to keep her head down and her arms covered and her heart locked so tight that no one could find the door. "When I came back to Brine Hall," he said, "I thought I understood the cost of this place. I understood that I would have to choose between what I wanted and what the house expected. I did not understand that the house expected you to pay the same cost for choices you never made." She opened her mouth, closed it, could not find the words that would not betray her. "Tell me," he said again, softer now, "that you will tell me." "I will." The door opened. Dame Queln Limils stood in the threshold, pale-eyed and flat-mouthed, her hands clasped at her waist. She looked at a coat folded over Neresa's arm, at Aurelio's bare wrist, at the space between them that was a handspan narrower than it should have been. "The footman who delivered the Liddens to your chambers," Quan said, "has been reassigned to stable duty for the remainder of the season." Aurelio's face went still. "I did not order that." "No, I did." "On what grounds?" "On grounds that he is a talker, and your chambers should not be a subject for the servant hall." Quallen's gaze slid to Nerissa, held there. "I have also asked the chapel to hold the inspection in the East Service corridor rather than the Great Hall. It will be quieter, fewer eyes." Nerissa's throat closed. Quallen was helping her. Quallen was helping her, and that meant Quallen knew, and that meant Quallen had seen enough to act without being asked. "The inspection begins in half an hour. I should go," she said. "Wait!" She stopped. Arleo crossed to his desk and picked up a small leather pouch. He held it out to her. She took it, felt the weight of coins inside. "If you need to leave," he said, "before the inspection, if you need to disappear, this will get you as far as the inland roads." She stared at the pouch. "Where did you get this?" "Saved it. Over the 8 months I was away. I did not know why. I think I knew I would need it." She could not speak, could not breathe. "Why?" "Because you should have the choice." She closed her fingers around the pouch. The leather was warm. His hands had been holding it before he gave it to her. "I cannot take this," she said. "You can. The question is whether you will." He was echoing their earlier conversation, the bread, the choice. He was giving her the same offer again, bigger this time, more dangerous. She slipped the pouch into her pocket. She did not know if she would use it, but she needed to know it was there. "Half an hour," she said. "Yes." She turned and walked to the door. Her hand was on the handle when he spoke again. "Nerissa." She looked back. His face was very still, controlled, but she saw the fear behind his eyes, the same fear she felt, the fear of a thing about to break. "When this is over," he said, "I want you to tell me what you chose." She did not answer. She left. Chapter 5. The East Service corridor smelled of wet stone and beeswax, the air cold enough that Nerissa's breath curled in front of her face as she walked. She had left Aurelio's chambers with the pouch of coins pressed against her hip, heavy as a stone she could not set down. The inspection was 28 minutes away. She had counted them on the walk, each one a small death between now and exposure. She had not used the passage Aurelio had shown her. The old linen press would have brought her out near the kitchens, closer to the servant quarters, closer to the door. Instead, she had taken the longer route, the public corridor, because the public corridor meant she might see someone coming. The East Service corridor was empty, too empty. The candles along the wall had been lit early, the flame low and even, no draft to bend them. The floor had been swept. The inspection benches had been set out, 3 of them, each with a chapel clerk's station, each with a wooden box for discarded wrappings. Neriza's step faltered. The benches were positioned in a line, not a cluster. That meant they intended to process the household servants one by one, not in groups. That meant there would be no crowd to hide in, no noise to cover the moment when a clerk pulled her cuff open and found linen instead of skin. She stopped at the second bench and touched its surface. The wood was cold, polished. Someone had worked hard to prepare this space, had wanted it correct, had wanted it clean. Quillian had done this. Quillian had moved the inspection here, to the quieter corridor, to the place with fewer eyes. And Quillian had done it so that the inspection would be thorough enough to satisfy the chapel and so that Neriza could still be caught. She heard footsteps. She turned. Dame Quillian Biowen stood at the far end of the corridor, her pale eyes fixed on Neriza's hands, still resting on the bench. Neriza pulled them back. "You are early," Quillian said. Her voice carried no accusation. It carried nothing at all, which was worse. "I wanted to see the arrangement," Neriza said. "It is a bench, not a painting." "I have never been inspected in this corridor." "No, you have not." Quillian walked toward her, her steps measured, her hands clasped at her waist. The black wool of her dress absorbed the candlelight. "I chose it because it is out of the salt drafts. The chapel prefers dry conditions for the sleeve checks." Neriza's stomach twisted. The chapel prefers dry conditions for the sleeve checks. Quillian stopped beside the bench and looked at it as if she were assessing its condition. Then she looked at Neriza. "The heirs' rooms have required more attention this week than I anticipated," Quillian said. "I would like to confirm the current schedule." It was a trap. It was a question dressed as a need, a question that could not be refused because it came from the steward, because every servant in Brinehall answered to her, because the word no did not exist between a housekeeper and the woman who held the household's order. "Yes," Neriza said. "Of course." Quillian gaze gapped to her sleeves, held there. "You continue to wear high collars even in the warmth of the East Wing." Neriza's pulse beat against her throat. "I run cold," she said. "You have run cold for 9 years." "Yes." Quillian's pale eyes lifted. She held Neriza's gaze for a long moment, her face as unreadable as the stone walls around them. "The heir's schedule has changed," Quillian said. "He was meant to hold meetings in the Salt Library this week. Instead, he is kept mostly to his chambers, and has required you for nearly every hour. He is still settling in. He has been in residence for 4 days." Neriza did not answer. Quillian stepped closer, close enough that Neriza could smell the lavender soap she used, the starch in her collar, close enough that a whisper would carry. "I have served house for real for 37 years, Quillian said, her voice low now, soft, the softest it had ever been. "I have seen servants promoted, dismissed, sold, and disappeared. I have seen heirs who crushed their attendants and heirs who ignored them entirely. I have never seen an heir rearrange the household schedule for a servant." Neriza's chest tightened. "I do not know what you are to him," Quillian said, "and I do not need to know. What I need you to understand is that secrecy in Brimehall is always borrowed time. You may have a day, a week, a season, and then it will be found." She said it without threat, without sympathy. the way she might have said the tide will rise or the salt stores need rotation. A fact, an inevitability. Nariza's hands curled into fists at her sides. I understand, she said. Good. Quillian turned and walked toward the candles, adjusting one, straightening the row. Because I have already moved the talkative footman. I have moved the inspection. I have redirected the morning laundry check so that your cuffs will not be examined by the underclerks. Nariza's breath caught. I cannot move Father Ansel, Quillian said. And I do not need to know. What I need you to understand is that secrecy in Brinehall is always borrowed time. You may have a day, a week, a season, and then you will be found. She said it without threat, without sympathy. The way she might have said the tide will rise or the salt stores need rotation. A fact, an inevitability. Nariza's hands curled into fists at her sides. I understand, she said. Good. Quillian turned and walked toward the candles, adjusting one, straightening the row. Because I have already moved the talkative footman. I have moved the inspection. I have redirected the morning laundry check so that your cuffs will not be examined by the underclerks. Nariza's breath caught. I cannot move Father Ansel, Quillian said. And I cannot prevent him from noticing that you look at the door more than you look at the bench. But I have done what I can. She turned back, her pale eyes fixed on Nariza's face. Do not waste it. The words hung in the cold air between them. Nariza opened her mouth to speak, to ask, to beg, but Quillian was already walking away, her footsteps steady on the swept stone, her black breast disappearing around the corner. Nariza stood alone in the corridor, the candles burning low, the benches waiting, the weight of the coin pouch pressing against her hip. 23 minutes. She counted them. Then she walked toward the servant hall, her sleeves brushing her wrists, the linen beneath her cuffs pressed tight against the mocks that would end her. Chapter 6. The pipe burst somewhere above the east servant corridor. Nereus heard it first as a groan in the stone, a deep shifting sound like the manor settling wrong. Then water screamed through a seam in the ceiling, and the wall began to weep. She was still standing where Clan had left her, 23 minutes still counting, when the first crack bloomed across the plaster. A dark stain spread. Droplets became a stream. The stream became a curtain of salt-brown water that hit the stone floor and raced toward the inspection benches. Neria ran, not toward the water, toward the stairs. Because the east corridor sat directly above the low archive, and if the ceiling was leaking here, the archive was drowning. She took the service stairs 2 at a time, her boots slipping on wet stone, the coin pouch thudding against her hip. The stairwell smelled of old salt and rust, the way the lower levels always smelled when the tide pushed too high. At the bottom landing, she found the door to the archive half open and light spilling through the crack. She stopped. Aurelio stood inside the flooded passage, knee-deep in black water, a ledger pressed against his chest and another tucked under his arm. His sleeves were rolled to the elbow. His hair was wet. He looked up when she appeared in the doorway and said, without greeting, "The storm tide came early." Nereus stepped into the water. It was cold enough to steal her breath, colder than the washroom cisterns, colder than the winter rain that lashed the east windows. It climbed the boots and soaked through her wool stockings and wrapped her calves in the salt ache of a rising sea. "I heard the pipe," she said. "There is no pipe. The wall split." Aurelio shifted the ledgers, nodding toward the darker passage beyond the lantern light. "There are 6 more shelves back there. Household records from the last 40 years. The Dowager will want them salvaged before the salt ruins them." Nerea's move too performed. The archive passage was narrow and low-ceilinged, lined with shelves that looked older than Hall itself. The wood was black with damp. The ledgers were bound in cracking leather, their spines stamped with dates and house crests that had faded to the texture of old scars. Water lapped at the bottom shelves, already darkening the lowest pages. She grabbed the nearest stack and lifted it clear of the water. "The top shelves first," Aurelio said behind her. "The ones already wet will not survive if we leave them, but the dry ones will be gone by morning if we do not reach them now." "I know how flood salvage works," Nerea said. She did not mean it to sound sharp. It came out sharp anyway. Aurelio was silent for a moment. Then he waded past her and lifted a stack of ledgers from the highest shelf, his arms straining with the weight. "I know you do," he said. The apology was in the way he said it. The apology and something else she did not want to name. They worked in the rhythm of necessity, passing ledgers from shelf to shelf, stacking them on the dry landing above the waterline. The lantern Aurelio had brought cast a low yellow glow that barely reached the far wall, leaving the deeper passage in shadow. The water rose while they worked. It climbed from Nerea's knees to her thighs, soaking the hem of her skirt, pressing cold against the bindings on her forearms. She tried not to think about the bindings. Wet linen shrank, wet linen loosened. Wet linen against silver marks would cling like a second skin, and if anyone saw the shape of what she was hiding through the soaked fabric— "Your sleeves are wet." Aurelio's voice came from close behind her. She had not heard him approach. He turned. He stood a foot away, a ledger in one hand, his dark eyes fixed on her cuffs. The wet wool had darkened to nearly black, clinging to the shape of her wrists. "They will dry," she said. "That is not what I meant." The water shifted between them. The lantern flickered. Nerea's throat closed. "I know what you meant," she said. She held his gaze. She did not look away. She did not pull her sleeves back or cross her arms or do any of the things the years of hiding had trained her to do. Aurelio's jaw tightened. He set the ledger on the nearest dry shelf and stepped closer, close enough that she could see the salt crusted on his collar, the wet dark of his hair, the small muscle that jumped at the corner of his jaw. "There is something you are not telling me," he said. "There is something everyone is not telling everyone." Nerea said, "That is how Hall works." "I am not everyone." "No, you are the heir." She heard the bitterness creep into her voice and did not stop it. "And I am the servant you chose. That does not make me your confessor." Aurelio flinched. It was small, almost invisible, but she saw it, the way she had seen every crack in every noble's composure for 9 years. The dowager will want them salvaged before the salt ruins them. Nereas moved past him without waiting for permission. The archive passage was narrow and low-ceilinged, lined with shelves that looked older than Hall itself. The wood was black with damp. The ledgers were bound in cracking leather, their spines stamped with dates and house crests that had faded to the texture of old scars. Water lapped at the bottom shelves, already darkening the lowest pages. She grabbed the nearest stack and lifted it clear of the water. "The top shelves first," Aurelio said behind her. "The ones already wet will not survive if we leave them, but the dry ones will be gone by morning if we do not reach them now." "I know how flood salvage works," Nerea said. She know Dills who have not stay in blinding. She wouldn't see these minutes, right now. Chapter 7. The water had reached her hips before they found solid ground. Aurelio's hand found her elbow in the dark, guiding her onto a narrow stone shelf where the archive passage narrowed to a dead end. The lantern swung, shadows pitched across wet brick. Behind them, the footsteps kept their slow rhythm, Not hurrying, not stopping, the sound of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Nerissa pressed her back against the wall. The stone was cold through her wet shirt. Her bindings clung to her forearms like a second skin, and beneath them the salt marks still throbbed from the ward's pulse. Aurelio set the lantern down. The flame steadied. "We cannot go back that way," he said. "The passage narrows ahead. If we—" "Who is that?" she said. He looked at her. The lantern light carved shadows under his jaw. "I do not know." "You did not answer when I asked the first time." "Because I did not know the first time either." She believed him. That was the worst part. She believed him, and it did not help. The footsteps stopped. Silence filled the corridor. Not the silence of emptiness, the silence of someone standing still, listening, waiting. Nerys held her breath. Aurelio's hand moved to the lantern. He turned the wick down until the flame was a thin blue bead, barely enough to see the shape of his face. The waiting pressed against her ribs. She counted. 7 heartbeats. 8. 9. The footsteps resumed, fainter now, moving away, deeper into the archive. The sound dissolved into the distant groan of stone and wire. He turned, Aurelio said. "There is a lower vault past the bend. He must have taken it." He was not checking for flood damage. No, he was looking for something. Aurelio said nothing. His silence told her he knew it too. She should leave. She should find the stair, wring out her skirts, and report to her duties before anyone noticed she was gone. The inspection was still happening. Claude would be counting heads. Every minute she spent here in the dark with Aurelio Ferro was a minute she could not afford. She did not move. "I felt it too," Aurelio said. She looked at him. "The ward." He kept his voice low. "When it activated, I felt it through the water, but you felt it first. You felt it in your bones." She said nothing. "That was not a household ward," he said. "Those patrons are older than House Farrell. They were built before Brinehall was Brinehall, before the salt houses." "I do not know what you want me to say." "I want you to stop pretending you do not know what that light was." The words landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Nerea's hands tightened at her sides. Her sleeves were wet, heavy, clinging to the shape of her bindings. If he looked closely enough, if the lantern tipped just so, he might see the ridge of linen beneath the wool. "You have been back less than 3 days," she said, "and you already think you understand how this house works." "I know I do not understand." "Then stop asking questions you are not ready to hear the answers to." He flinched again. That same small crack in his composure that she had seen upstairs, in his chambers, when she told him his kindness was harder to bear than cruelty. "I am trying," he said. "Trying does not change anything." "It changes me." She had no answer for that. The water lapped against the stone shelf. Somewhere above, the manor continued its rituals, inspections, politicking, the slow machinery of power grinding forward whether she was there or not. "You think reform can be gentle," she said. "You think if you are kind enough, patient enough, you can change the way this house works from the inside." "I think it is the only way that does not drown everyone in blood." "You are wrong." The words came out flat, certain. Aurelio's jaw tightened. "I have watched this house for 9 years," she said. "I have watched servants broken for looking at the wrong person, watched women sold to cover debts they did not choose, watched the chapel bless every single theft and call it divine order. You cannot mend that with polite suggestions and better hours." "So what would you have me do?" His voice sharpened. "Burn it down?" "I would have you stop pretending the system you benefit from can be fixed while you still benefit from it." The silence that followed was worse than the footsteps. Aurelia stared at her. The lantern light caught his eyes, and she saw something in them she had not expected. Not anger, not offense, grief. "You are right," he said. The words hit her like cold water. "You are right," he said again. "I benefit, every day. I eat while others starve. I give orders while others follow them. I told myself that if I stayed above the cruelties, I was not part of them, but I am." He paused. "I am part of them, and I hate it." Nuria's chest ached. She had not prepared for this. She had prepared for him to argue, to defend his house, to retreat into the safety of noble certainty. She had not prepared for him to agree with her. "I do not know how to be the person this house wants me to be," he said, "and I do not know how to tear it down without destroying everyone inside it. But I know I do not want to be the man who looks away." Her throat closed, the water shifted, the lantern flickered, and then she saw it. The movement in the passage beyond. A glow, round, amber. A lantern rounding the corner, footsteps, not slow this time, quick, purposeful. Aurelio saw it the same moment she did. His hand shot out and grabbed the lantern, turning the wick down until the flame died. Darkness fell like a curtain. "Do not move," he breathed. The footsteps were closer now. 3 turns, maybe 2. Nereus pressed herself against the wall. Her bindings felt too tight. Her heart felt too loud. Aurelia's hand found hers in the dark. He did not pull away. She did not pull away either. The light grew brighter. The footsteps stopped. "Air Farrell." The voice came from the passage, familiar, sharp. A woman's voice, clipped with impatience. "Quan." "I know you are there," she said. "The water tells me where everybody stands. You have 30 seconds to explain what you are doing in this archive with my inspections still running, or I will assume the worst and act accordingly." Aurelio's fingers tightened around Nuria's hand. "Stay here," he said. "Aurelia." "Stay." He let go of her hand. The loss of his touch felt like a wound. He stepped forward into the light. Chapter 8. Niziza stood in the dark, listening to Quian's voice fade as she led Aurelio up the passage. The water still lapped at the stone shelf. Her hand still remembered the shape of his fingers. She counted to 60 before she moved. The service stairs were empty. The corridors were empty. Everyone was still at the inspection, or pretending to be, and she slipped through the gaps in Brian Hall's routine like a ghost reclaiming its silence. Her room was a narrow closet off the west servants' corridor, 8 feet by 5. A straw mattress, a wooden peg for her second shift, a tin cup. She had lived in this space for 9 years and never once called it home. She closed the door and leaned against it. Her sleeves were still wet. The bindings beneath them had gone cold against her skin, the linen clinging tight, shrinking as it dried. She could feel the ridge of the marks through every layer, and the pressure of the ward's activation still hummed in her bones like a bell that had not finished ringing. She unwound the wet linen slowly. The silver marks caught the candlelight. She had not looked at them in years. Not really. She bound them in the dark, washed in the dark, dressed and undressed in the dark, treating her own skin like something shameful that needed to be managed. But now she looked. The patterns coiled from wrist to elbow, overlapping spirals edged in silver, fine as hair, precise as script. She had never known what they meant. Her mother had died before teaching her. Her village had not marked her as special, only as different. The flood tides had solved that problem by selling her away. She touched the center spiral on her left arm. The skin beneath it felt warm. The wardrobe in Aurelio's chambers would call this wrong. The chapel would call it blasphemy. and the dowager would call it a threat. He had touched her hand in the dark. He had felt the same word hum through the water. He had agreed with her, admitted his complicity, told her he hated the system that fed him. But he still benefited from it, and so did she. By staying quiet, by staying hidden, by not being seen. She rewrapped her arms in dry linen, pulled her sleeves down, buttoned the cuffs tight. The afternoon passed in work. Nizia carried linens from the drying room to the upper chambers. She refilled salt lamps in the east corridor. She mended a tear in the dining hall curtains that no one would notice except Qian, who noticed everything. She did not go near Aurelio's rooms. She told herself she would go when the bell rang for the evening service, when it was expected, when there was a reason that could not be questioned. She told herself she was not avoiding him. She was lying. The bell rang at 6. She walked to the east wing with a tray of tea and bread, the same offering she had brought every evening since she was assigned. Her hands did not shake. Her voice did not waver. She knocked. "Come in." She entered. Aurelio stood by the window, looking out at the flooded courtyard. The tide had risen higher since morning, and the black water lapped at the second step of the east gate. He had changed into dry clothes. His hair was still dagged at the collar. He did not turn around. "Leave the tray on the table." She did. The silence stretched. She should leave. She had no reason to stay. The tray was delivered, the day's duties were done. She could walk out, close the door, and pretend she had not felt his hand in hers, his grief in her chest, his agreement landing like a wound she had not known she was carrying. She did not leave. "You should not have lied for me," she said. He turned. His eyes were dark, steady, unreadable. "I did not lie." "You told Qian we were checking the ledgers." "We were." She knows it was not that simple. Qian knows many things. That does not mean she will speak them. Nizia's jaw tightened. "And what will you do when she does?" He walked toward her, slow, deliberate. He stopped 3 feet away, close enough that she could smell the salt on his skin, the wool of his coat, the faint traces of wet stone. "I will decide then." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I have." She wanted to argue. She wanted to push him, to make him promise, to force him to say something that would let her trust him or let her run. But the words would not come. Instead, she said, "Your gloves were wet." He blinked. "Your hands were wet when you came in from the archive," she said. "Your small clothes would be too. You have dry ones, but your spare gloves are still sodden." He looked at her for a long moment. Then something shifted in his expression, not quite a smile, but close. "You noticed that?" "I notice everything. It is how I survive." "And you are telling me this because—" She hesitated. She did not know why she was telling him. "I will leave a drop here in the linen press," she said, "if you want them." She turned and walked out before he could answer. The evening passed slower than the afternoon. Nizia finished her rounds. She checked the linens in the drawing room. She straightened the service corridor. She did everything she could to stay busy, to keep her hands moving, to stop thinking about the way he had looked at her when she mentioned the gloves. The linen press was in the alcove at the end of the east corridor, the same press that hid the passage to his rooms. She opened it, found the dry gloves, and placed them on the top shelf. She did not knock on his door. She did not need to. He would find them. She was in her room when the knock came. Not Aurelio's knock, quicker, sharper. She opened the door. Qian stood in the corridor, pale eyes catching the candlelight, her expression unreadable. The inspection order has moved up by a day, she said. Nizia's heart stopped. Father Ansel will be here tomorrow morning, Quion continued. The chapel wants sleeves checked before the morning tide. You will be processed at dawn. The words hung in the air like a bell that had not finished ringing. Quion studied her for a moment, then turned and walked away. The corridor was empty again. Nizia clinked it. Your hands were wet when you came in from the archive, she said. Your small clothes would be too. You have dry ones, but your spare gloves are still sodden. He looked at her for a long moment. Then something shifted in his expression. Not quite a smile, but close. You noticed that. I notice everything. It is how I survive. And you are telling me this because... She hesitated. She did not know why she was telling him. I will leave a dry pair in the linen press, she said, if you want them. She turned and walked out before he could answer. The evening passed slower than the afternoon. Nizia finished her rounds. She checked the linens in the drying room. She straightened the service corridor. She did everything she could to stay busy, to keep her hands moving, to stop thinking about the way he had licked at her when she mentioned the gloves. The linen press was in the alcove at the end of the east corridor, the same press that hid the passage to his rooms. She opened it, found the dry gloves, and placed them on the top shelf. She did not knock on his door. She did not need to. He would find them. She was in her room then the knock came. Chapter 9. The servant quarters churned with panic. Neriza heard it through the thin walls, footsteps running too fast, whispered questions passed from door to door. Someone sobbing in the narrow corridor beyond her room. The inspection had been moved up by a day, and every servant who carried a secret, a stolen morsel, a hidden mark, was scrambling to hide it before dawn. She sat on the edge of her cot. The candle flame trembled in its dish. She had already decided. No, she had not decided. She was still sitting in the paralysis between flight and surrender, watching the wax pool and harden, letting the night drain away while she did nothing. Her hands moved before her mind caught up. She reached for the linen strips. The bindings from the archive were still damp, salt-stiff along the edges where floodwater had soaked through. She could not wear those. They would smell of stone and brine. Father Anselm would notice. She pulled a fresh roll from beneath her cot. Clean, dry, wrapped in oiled cloth against the damp. She cut 2 lengths, long enough to cover wrist to elbow, wide enough to hold. She began to bind, left arm first. She laid the linen flat across her inner wrist, wrapped once, twice, pulling the tension through each turn. The silver marks disappeared beneath the white fabric coil by coil. Elbow, forearm, the place where the spiral warmed when she touched it. She wrapped tighter. Her hand trembled. She finished the left arm and reached for the right. The knock came before she started. 3 sharp raps. The pattern of someone who knew her habits. Nirza rose. She opened the door a crack. Winsla stood in the corridor, a folded bundle in her hands. Behind her, the servant hall stretched dim and empty, the panic fading into a hush that felt worse than noise. Winsla looked at her. Those pale blue filmed eyes, sharp despite their age, moved from Nirza's face to her half-bound right arm to the fresh linen still on the cot. She did not sign anything. She simply held out the bundle. Nirza took it. Fabric, soft, worn. She unfolded it and found a clean shift, mended at the collar with stitches so fine they barely showed. The salt stains had been washed out. The sleeves were cut full, the cuffs reinforced with an extra layer of cloth. She looked up. Winsla watched her. Then her hands moved. You are shaking. Nirza looked down at her fingers. They were trembling against the clean fabric. She had not noticed. I know, she said. Wences signed again. The inspection will pass. You have survived before. Not like this. Wences' expression did not change, but her hands stilled for a moment, considering them. Then she reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small cloth packet, dried herbs bound in muslin. She pressed it into Neerza's palm with the same deliberate care she used for everything, the same care that had kept her alive in Brinehall for 40 years. Rosemary and saltgrass. For the bindings, it will ease the rawness. Neerza's throat tightened. Thank you. Wences sighed again. The inspection will pass. You survived before. Not like this. Wences' expression did not change, but her hands stilled for a moment, considering. Then she reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small cloth packet, dried herbs bound in muslin. She pressed it into Neerza's palm with the same deliberate care she used for everything, the same care that had kept her alive in Bramhall for 40 years. Rosemary and saltgrass. For the bindings, it will ease the rawness. Neerza's throat tightened. Thank you. Wences signed again. The inspection will pass. You have survived before. Not like this. Wences' expression did not change, but her hands stilled for a moment, considering. Then she reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small cloth packet, dried herbs bound in muslin. She pressed it into Neerza's palm with the same deliberate care she used for everything, the same care that had kept her alive in Brinehall for 40 years. Rosemary and saltgrass. For the bindings, it will ease the rawness. Neerza's throat tightened. Thank you. Wences signed again. I have served this house longer than anyone alive. I know what it means when they check sleeves before the morning tide. You are not the first person I have helped through an inspection. She paused. You may be the last. Neerza did not know how to answer that. Wences' hands moved again, slower this time. There is something you must know. A cold thread wound through Neerza's chest. Someone has been asking questions. In the laundry? In the drawing room? In the presses where servants talk when they think no one is listening. They asked which attendants changed their sleeves after the Arcaf blood. They asked who was wet and who was dry. They asked about you. The cold thread tightened. Who? Neerza's voice came out steady. She did not know how. Wences shook her head. The name changes. The questions stay the same. Someone in this house wants to know what happened in the lower archive. They are looking for proof. Neerza's hands went still. The proof was wrapped around her left arm, wet linen coiled against her skin, the marks beneath still warm, still silver, still impossible. She could burn the bindings, she could wash them, she could pretend the floodwater had touched nothing but her hem, but the questions were already asked, and someone was listening for the answer. Wences signed one last word. Be careful. Then she turned and walked away, her footsteps soft on the stone, her gray wrap vanishing into the dim light of the servant corridor. Neerza closed the door. She stood in the silence of her room, the salve packet in one hand, the clean shift in the other, the half-bowed right arm exposed and cold. She finished the binding, wrapped, pulled, secured. Then she sat on the edge of her cot and waited for dawn. The candle burned low. The footsteps in the corridor faded. The house settled into the hush before storm. And Neerza sat with her trembling hands folded in her lap, the salve packet pressed against her palm like a prayer, and tried to remember what it felt like to breathe without counting the cost. She did not succeed. The hour before dawn arrived with the sound of chapel bells across the floodwater. Neerza stood. She pulled the clean shift over her head, the full sleeves falling to her wrists, the reinforced cuffs hiding the fresh linen beneath. She had one night. She had chosen to stay, and now she would face whatever came. Chapter 10. The east service corridor smelled of wet wool and salt. Nereza stood third in the line of upper chamber attendants, her spine straight, her hands still at her sides, the reinforced cuffs of Wensla's shift hidden beneath her gray work apron. The candlelight from the wall sconces did not reach far enough. Shadows pooled in the corners where the stones still sweated from last night's flood. Ahead of her, Father Ansel Pruitt arranged his instruments on a cloth-draped table. A brass rule, a glass of blessed brine, a parchment register where an underclerk recorded each servant's name, station, and the condition of their sleeves. He had not looked at her yet. She told herself that was good. The first attendant stepped forward. A girl from the kitchen, no older than 17, her hands shaking as she held out her arms. Father Anselm took each sleeve between thumb and forefingers and rolled the fabric back to the elbow. He did it slowly, deliberately, as though the ritual itself was the point. The girl's forearms were bare, unmarked. He nodded. She stepped past him to the blessing table, dipped her fingers in the brine, and pressed them to her throat. The sign of acceptance. The sign that said her soul was still within the order of the sea. One down. The second attendant was a stable hand, older, his arms scarred from rope burn and bite marks. Father Anselm examined him with the same care, the same slow attention. The stable hand's sleeves came up clean. He passed. Now it was Nereza's turn. She stepped forward before her name was called. The motion felt less like courage and more like falling. The stone floor cold through her shoes, the candlelight flickering, the smell of brine and wet linen rising from her own cuffs. Father Ansel looked at her. His eyes were pale, the color of winter tidwater, and they held nothing she could read. He did not speak. He simply extended his hand. She held out her arms. The reinforced cuffs hid the fresh bindings beneath. The extra layer of cloth Wensla had sewn in pressed against her wrists. Dry for now. Still dry. Still safe. Father Anselm took her left sleeve between his fingers. He did not roll it back immediately. He pressed the fabric first, testing the thickness. His thumb moved along the seam where Wensla's stitches reinforced the cuff. Once, twice. Nereza did not breathe. The underclerk cleared his throat. Nereza Adesina, upper chambers, personal attendant to the heir. Father Ansel's gaze did not lift from her sleeve. Your cuffs are damp, he said. Her voice came out steady. The archive flood, Father. I was helping salvage ledgers. Damp cuffs hold moisture against the skin. Moisture loosens linen. She said nothing. He rolled the sleeve back. The reinforced fabric gave way slowly, folding over itself, revealing the pale linen binding beneath. Clean. White. Dry at the wrist, but darker toward the elbow where the floodwater had reached. Father Anselm studied the binding. There is cloth beneath your sleeve. It is come usual for someone who rolled bandages through the night. He did not write anything in the register. He did not bless her. He simply turned to the next attendant and extended his hand. Nereza stood frozen for a heartbeat, then stepped toward the blessing table. She dipped her fingers in the brine. She pressed them to her throat. The salt burned against her skin like a brand. She passed. She moved to the side of the corridor where the cleared attendants waited, their hands folded, their faces blank. She took her place among them and let out a breath so slow that no one could have seen the tremor in her chest. She had passed. The bindings had held. The reinforced cuffs had done their work. But as she stood there, watching the remaining servants step forward one by one, she felt something shift beneath her left sleeve. A small movement. A loosening. The moisture from the archive flood had licked upward during the night. Despite Wenslow's careful drawing, despite the salve, despite everything. The linen was not as tight as it had been when she bound it. She pressed her arm against her side, pinning the fabric in place. It held. For now. The line moved forward. 2 more servants. 3. Father Anselm worked with mechanical precision, his pale eyes finding nothing to hold. Then the underclerk spoke again. The air is present. Nereza's chest tightened. She did not turn. She did not look. But she heard his footsteps enter the corridor, measured and deliberate, the same rhythm she had learned to recognize in the dark of his chambers. He stopped at the edge of the inspection area, out of the way, watching. Father Anselm paused in his work. My Lord Pharaoh, this is a chapel proceeding. Your presence is not required. I know, Aurelio said. His voice carried the same polished neutrality he used with the household, the same distance he had let slip only in the flooded archive. I came to observe. A pause. You may continue. Father Anselm's jaw tightened, but he turned back to the next servant. Nereza kept her hands still. She could feel Aurelio's attention move across the room, touching each face, each folded pair of arms, until it reached her. It stopped. She did not meet his eyes. She could not afford to. The line moved forward. 2 more servants. 3. The blessing table glistened with brine. Then the underclerk's voice cut through the quiet. The next attendant. Nereza looked up. The underclerk was not looking at her. He was looking at a woman 2 places ahead, a maid from the lower floors whose hands were red with scrubbing. But the underclerk's mouth had already opened, and his voice had already shaped the name, and the rhythm of the inspection was already moving. She had a moment. 1 moment to breathe. Then the maid passed, and the servant ahead of her passed, and it was her turn again. No. The inspection processed each attendant once. She had already been examined, Father. That was a preliminary. This is an order. She did not move. The corridor held its breath. And then Aurelio stepped forward. His voice came calm, deliberate. Father Anselm, the attendant has been cleared. I witnessed the inspection myself. Father Anselm did not look at him. The air does not conduct chapel proceedings, my lord. The air observes. I am observing that she has been cleared. And I am observing that her sleeve is damp, her binding is loose, and she has not answered why she carries linen beneath her cuff when the rest of the household does not. The silence stretched. Nereza's arm burned where the bindings pressed against her skin. She could feel the moisture wicking higher, the linen shifting, the silver marks waiting beneath, patient as the tide, ready to surface. Father Anselm extended his hand. Open your sleeve, he said, or I will open it for you. She did not move. She could not. Behind her she heard Aurelio's breath catch, heard the fabric of his coat shift as he started toward her. But he was too far, and Father Anselm's fingers were already closing around her cuff. Chapter 11. Father Anselm's fingers tightened on the cuff. Nereza's arm stayed locked at her side. Muscles braced, but the fabric was already shifting, the damp linen giving way under the pressure. She could feel the edge of the binding slip, a fraction of an inch, the silver beneath waiting like a held breath. The corridor had gone silent. Father Anselm pulled. The cuff gave. The reinforced seam split at the wrist, and the white binding beneath unrolled in a single slow turn, peeling away from her forearm like a wave retreating from shore. The silver caught the candlelight. Not a flash, not a glint. a steady, patient glow, the same color as the ward that had answered her in the flooded archive. Spirals overlapping spirals, fine as hair, precise as scripture, coiling from wrist to elbow in patterns that no servant bore, that no servant could bear. Father Anselm's hand stopped. He did not let go of the cuff, but his fingers went still, and his pale winter tidwater eyes fixed on the marks with an attention that felt like salt in a wound. The room understood nothing yet. The servants behind her had not seen. The underclerk was still bent over the register. The candlelight flickered, and the silver marks glowed like something alive, like something that had waited years to be seen. But Father Anselm saw, and Aurelio saw. She felt the moment his gaze found her, felt the weight of it land on the exposed skin of her forearm, on the sovereign patterns that had never belonged to a servant, that had never belonged to anyone who scrubbed floors or folded linens or kept her eyes lowered while noble families decided her fate. He did not move. He did not speak. The silence stretched one heartbeat, 2, 3. Each one a year she had spent hiding, each one a breath she had held since the age of 14. Then Aurelio stepped forward. His voice came calm, controlled, almost bored. "Ah, there it is." He was already moving past Father Anselm, past the blessing table, past the underclerk who had not yet looked up. He reached Nereza's side and stopped, his shoulder brushing hers, his body blocking the cleric's line of sight. "The burn," he said. "I told you to keep it wrapped. The salt ward residue is still weeping. I did not expect the chapel to need an explanation for my own negligence." Father Anselm's eyes did not leave her arm. "That is not a burn, my lord." "It is exactly a burn." Aurelio's tone sharpened, acquiring the edge of embarrassed authority, the irritation of a nobleman caught in an inconvenience. "She assisted with the salt ward renewal in my chambers 3 nights ago. I misjudged the brine concentration. The silver nitrate in the ward compound left marks. They will fade, but they are unsightly, and I did not wish to explain to the household that my own work injured a servant." The lie hung in the air. It was good. It was almost perfect. Father Anselm's thumb traced the edge of Nereza's ruined cuff, not touching her skin, not quite. "Silver nitrate does not spiral, my lord. Silver nitrate does not pattern." This one did. The ward was old, the compound had settled unevenly. "May I examine the ward?" "No." The word fell like a stone into still water. Father Anselm looked up. For the first time his pale gaze left Nereza's arm and found Aurelio's face. "My lord Farilaw, I am the Tide Chapel's appointed examiner. If a household ward has caused injury to a servant, it is my duty to verify the cause and report the exposure. And I am the heir of House Farilaw, and I am telling you that the cause is my error, the exposure is contained, and the matter is household business, not chapel business." Aurelio's hand moved. He reached down and took Nereza's exposed wrist, his fingers closing around the bare skin where the silver marks coiled, where no one had touched her in years. His grip was firm and careful, not rough, and the warmth of his palm against the marks sent a tremor through her that she could not hide. He felt it. She saw it in the slight widening of his eyes, the flicker of recognition that passed across his face before he smoothed it away. The marks knew him, or he knew them. Either way, the truth had passed between them, silent and irreversible, and Father Anselm was still watching. "I will take her to my chambers," Aurelio said. "The remainder of the inspection may proceed without us. If the chaplain requires documentation of the injury, I will provide it by evening prayer." He turned. He did not ask. He did not wait. He drew Nerissa forward with him, her wrist still held in his grip, her torn sleeve hanging open, the silver marks exposed to the candlelight, to the corridor, to every servant who had not yet seen but would hear of it before the bells rang. Father Anselm's voice followed them. "My lord, I will require that documentation." Aurelio did not answer. They walked the length of the corridor with the household's eyes burning against Nerissa's back. The servants parted before them. The underclerk stood frozen, the register open in his hands, his mouth slightly parted. She did not look back. She could not. She kept her eyes forward, her arms still caught in Aurelio's grip, the silver marks gleaming in the dim light of the passage as he led her around the corner, past the kitchen entrance, past the stairwell while two maids stopped mid-step and stared. He did not release her until they reached the old linen press. The narrow door, the hidden passage. He pulled it open and guided her inside, then closed it behind them, sealing them in the dark. The silence pressed in. She could hear his breathing, rough and uneven, the composure he had worn in the corridor already cracking. His hand was still around her wrist. She felt him look down at her arm, at the silver patterns exposed to the dark, to him, to whatever he had just understood. "A burn," she said. Her voice came out raw. "A salt ward burn. That is your story." "It is the story we have. They will not believe it." "I know." She pulled her wrist free. The absence of his touch felt like cold water. "You saw them." "Yes. You know what they are." He was silent, and in that silence, she heard everything he had not yet said, everything he had not yet decided about what to do with the truth that now sat between them, visible, undeniable, treasonous. She heard him breathe. "Yes," Aurelio said. "I know." He thinks of breath. "A salt ward burn. That is your story, my noids. I suggest that we use the story where we attrove you. I always recede me imaginer. The tables never did. He exhausted, to already involved on my face hours and 3 years. A hold in this right memor is prosive but just the end of a check, until this piece is into the dealing you're missing. My lighting his extras proceeds in the same choice. I hope you high. My dear feet is down for the negative spexing for my palm for air on me. The voice perfectly covers me my house. You saw them. You will see you. These stravities that are Mike at these. I am the chachholver when we packed it. Now, my work is just as wing. The grand is I'm gonna funk for my dear peer pours perfect. Chapter 12. The old linen press passage smelled of dust and sot and the faint ghost of lie. Nerissa stood with her back against the wall, her torn sleeve hanging open, the silver marks visible in the dark. She could feel them catching the thin light that bled through the cracks in the boards, gleaming like wet metal. Aurelio had not moved since he said the words, "Yes, I know." She waited for him to explain, to tell her what he knew, how he knew it, what he planned to do with the truth that sat between them like a blade laid flat on a table. He said nothing. "Then say it." Her voice came out harder than she intended. "Say what you know. Say what you think I am. Say what you mean to do." "I do not yet know what I mean to." "Then why?" She stopped, swallowed. "Why did you lie for me? You could have let him expose me. You could have let the chapel handle it. It would have been cleaner for you. Safer." Aurelia's jaw tightened. "Because I could not let them have you." The words hit her like a wave. She had expected calculation, a strategic answer, something about the household's stability, about avoiding scandal before the Moreg delegation arrived. She had prepared herself for politics dressed as principle. Not this. Not the raw edge in his voice, not the way he looked at her as if the admission had cost him something he could not name. "You do not even know what I am," she said. "I know what you are not." He stepped closer, then stopped, as if he had caught himself at a line he should not cross. "You are not something to be taken apart in a corridor for the chapel's amusement. You are not evidence. You are not a problem to be solved." Then what am I? The question hung between them. She watched him struggle with it, watched the words form and dissolve behind his eyes. "I do not know yet," he said, "but I know that when he grabbed your arm, when I saw the marks for the first time in the light, I understood that I would burn this house to the ground before I let him finish what he started." The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of everything they had not said, everything they could not say. Not here, not yet, not while the silver on her arm still gleamed in the dark, and footsteps could find them at any moment. Neriza's throat tightened. She looked down at her forearm, at the patterns her mother had never taught her, at the legacy she had spent 9 years burying beneath linen and wool and silence. "You should not have done it. I know. They will come for you too now. I know." Father Anselm will not stop. He will go to the dowager. He will demand documentation. He will search your chambers, your records, everything. "I know." Aurelio's hand moved toward her arm, then stopped, hovering just above the silver marks. Not touching, asking. She did not pull away. His fingers brushed her skin, feather light, barely there, and the marks responded with a warmth that spread up her arm like a flush. "Does it hurt?" he asked. "No." "The glow, does it mean something?" "I do not know. My mother died before she could tell me." His hand fell away. "I am sorry." She almost laughed, the air of House Farrell apologizing for the death of a tidewarden woman he had never known, a woman whose people his family had helped erase from history. "You should not be sorry," she said. "You should be afraid." "I am." The admission was quiet, honest. "I am afraid for you," he said. "Not of you." Something cracked inside her chest. She had spent so long building walls against exactly this, against the possibility that someone might see her and not flinch, that someone might touch her marks and not recoil, that someone might choose her over the order that had raised him. She had not prepared for what to do if it happened. A knock at the passage door shattered the moment. 3 sharp taps. A pause. 2 more. Neriza's body went rigid. Aureli stepped in front of her, positioning himself between her and the door. "Who?" he called. The answer came low and precise through the wood. "Quillen. Open the door before I have to explain to the dowager why I am standing outside a wall that should not exist." Aurelio pulled the door open. Quillen Bruyne stood in the narrow service corridor beyond, her pale eyes taking in the scene in a single sweep. The torn sleeve, the exposed marks, Aurelio's protective stance. She did not blink. "I brought wrappings," she said, and held out a bundle of clean linen. Fresh bindings, long enough to reach the elbow, reinforced with saltgrass stitching. Neriza stared at the cloth. "You knew." "I suspected." Quillen's voice was flat, practical, the tone of a woman who had no time for drama. "I have suspected since the archives, since the inspection, since the moment Aurelio Farrell started rearranging the household for a servant he claimed he barely remembered." She stepped into the passage and pressed the linen into Neriza's hands. "The real danger begins now." The words landed like a stone dropped into deep water. "Father Anselm is already in the Dowager's solar," Quillen said. "He has told her everything. The silver marks, the lie, the chamber where you were taken. By evening prayer, the Dowager will have issued orders. By midnight, Every servant in this house will know there is a tide warden hidden in Brine Hall. Then I should go, Nerissa said. I should run. Before. Run where? Quillen's voice sharpened. The gates are watched, the tide is up, the flood tunnels are half submerged, and the chapel has already sent runners to the dock wardens. You will not make it past the east gate before someone recognizes you. Then what do I do? Quillen's pale eyes held hers. You bind your arms, you straighten your collar, and you walk into the Dowager's solar before she sends guards to drag you there. Aurelio stepped forward. That is not. It is the only option that keeps her alive. Quillen cut him off without looking at him. If she runs, she dies in the flood tunnels or on a chapel scaffold. If she hides, she is found within the hour. If she walks in with her head up and her story straight, she buys time. Time for what? Nerissa's voice came out thin. Quillen finally looked at her. Time for someone to decide whose side they are on. The words landed like a stone dropped into deep water. Father Anselm is already in the Dowager's solar, Quillen said. He has told her everything. The silver marks, the lie, the chamber where you were taken. By evening prayer, the Dowager will have issued orders. By midnight, every servant in this house will know there is a tide warden hidden in Brine Hall. Then I should go, Nerissa said. I should run. Before. Run where? Quillen's voice sharpened. The gates are watched, the tide is up, the flood tunnels are half submerged, and the chapel has already sent runners to the dock wardens. You will not make it past the east gate before someone recognizes you. Then what do I do? Quillen's pale eyes held hers. You bide your arms, you straighten your collar, and you walk into the Dowager's solar before she sends guards to drag you there. Aurelio stepped forward. That is not. It is the only option that keeps her alive. Quillen cut him off without looking at him. If she runs, she dies in the flood tunnels or on a chapel scaffold. If she hides, she is found within the hour. If she walks in with her head up and her story straight, she buys time. Time for what? Nerissa said. I should run. Before he turned, completely, row. The East's help, the changing to the appointing let, the mass expective fire regil should went mere and time work is year the types in livery for the brain. And what were surrounded? The menic to shapdashes. The enforces that the wounds finish defended with their specific process. The small liver on the bread, I will look at the times of the clots at the money the first once in the firelib's ship, Chapter 13. The service corridor was narrow, cold, the stone damp where the risen tide had breathed through the walls all night. Nerissa walked with her arms pressed close to her sides, the fresh bindings tight beneath Wensla's shift, the salt grass stitching catching against her skin with every step. She had not made it past the second landing. Quillen Bomisne stood in the junction where the east passage met the servant's stair, her pale eyes fixed on the middle distance, as if she had been waiting for exactly this moment. Come. Not a request, not a summons, a command delivered in the same flat tone she used to order linens and schedule inspections. Nerissa followed. Quillen led her down a short flight of steps into a storage alcove where the old salt casks sat stacked against the wall, their lids furred with crystalline deposits. The space smelled of brine and rust and abandonment. No one came here. No one would hear. Turn around. Nerissa turned. Quillen's fingers found her sleeve with the precision of a woman who had dressed 100 servants before she had learned to dress herself. She rolled the fabric back, exposing the fresh linen wrappings from wrist to elbow, the reinforced stitching Wensla had sewn and Quillen herself had brought. You are binding too tight. Nerissa said nothing. The circulation will fail by the third day. You will lose feeling in your hands, and then you will drop something in front of someone who notices. I have been binding for 9 years. Then you know I am right. Quillen loosed her sleeve and stepped back, the motion clean and final. And you know that 9 years of successful concealment does not matter. What matters is that you have been seen. The words settled into the salt air. I have watched you, Quillen said. I watched you before the archive flood, before the inspection, before Aurelio Farrell returned from the inland courts and started speaking to a servant as if she were a person rather than a ladder. Then you know I have done nothing. I know you have done nothing yet. Quillen's voice did not rise. I know you have committed no crime the house could name. I know you serve well, speak little, and draw attention only when you cannot help it. And I know that none of that will protect you once the dowager decides what you are. Neriza's throat tightened. Then why are you telling me this? Because I need you to understand the terms of the silence we are both keeping. Quillen moved to the salt casks and ran her thumb along the rim, collecting a line of white crystals. She examined them as if they held the answer to a question she had been asking for years. You are hiding something. I do not know exactly what, though I have narrowed the possibilities. The sleeves, the fear of inspections, the way you position yourself so no one can stand behind you. The way your eyes track every doorway. These are the habits of a woman carrying a secret that could kill her. She turned. I have been diverting eyes away from your quarters for 3 days. The laundry clerk who wanted to know why your cups were re-wet after the archive incident, I sent them to catalog the east storage. The junior steward who noticed you came back from the lower levels with salt stains no one else had, I reassigned him to the gate watch. Neriza's chest went cold. Why? Because you have not yet done anything that threatens the house. Quillen's pale eyes held hers. Because the dowager's attention is currently fixed on the Mirette betrothal and the chapel inspection report. Because I would rather manage one quiet variable than clean up the aftermath of a public execution. She stepped closer. But I need you to understand this clearly. I serve House Farrell. I have served it for 37 years. If the secret you are carrying threatens the stability of this household, if it brings the chapel down on us, if it gives the Mirette delegation reason to withdraw, if it puts Aurelio Farrell in a position where he must choose between his inheritance and his conscience, I will choose the house. The words were not cruel. They were not even cold. They were simply true, delivered with the same precision Quillen applied to everything. I am not asking you to trust me, Quillen said. I am not offering friendship. I am offering you time. A day, perhaps 2, before the dowager finishes processing what Father Anselm told her and decides how to proceed. And when that time runs out? Quillen looked at her for a long moment. Then you will have to decide what you are willing to become. She turned and walked to the alcove entrance, then stopped with her hand on the stone frame. There is a door behind the old wine racks in the lower pantry. It leads to a flood tunnel that stays dry for another 6 hours before the tide reaches it. If you run, that is your route. She did not say whether she hoped Neriza would take it. She walked away, her footsteps receding into the damp corridor, and left Neriza standing alone among the salt casks, with her bindings tight and her heart hammering against her ribs. Neriza did not run. She stood in the alcove until her breathing steadied, then walked back up the servants' stair, through the east passage, past the kitchen where the scullery maids were scrubbing the breakfast pots, past the drawing room where the linen hung limp in the salt-heavy air, all the way to the narrow corridor outside Aurelio's chambers. He was standing at the window, his back to the door, his shoulders rigid beneath the plain wool of his coat. You should not be here, he said without turning. Quillen knows. I know she knows. He turned. His face was drawn, the sharp bones of his jaws standing out against pale skin. She told me, before she came to find you. Then you know what she said. That she will choose the house. He said it flatly, as if he had already turned the words over so many times they had lost their edges. Yes. And? And nothing. He crossed to her, stopping a full arm's length away. She is right to say it. She has served this family for nearly 4 decades. She has seen 3 heirs inherit and 2 die. She has buried secrets deeper than yours and watched the house survive them all. But you are still here. I am still here. His voice dropped. Because I do not know what else to do. The admission hung between them, raw and unfinished. Nerissa looked at him, at the man who had lied for her, who had touched her marks and not flinched, who had said I could not let them have you as if it were the only truth that mattered. You could let me go. The words came out before she could stop them. Aurelio's eyes met hers. The dark of them, the wet stone color, the thing moving beneath the surface that she could not name. I could, he said. Chapter 14. Nerissa waited in the corridor until her breathing steadied, then walked back through the east passage, past the kitchen, past the drawing room, all the way to the narrow service stair that led to the upper chambers. She did not run. Running meant panic, and panic meant mistakes, and mistakes meant the salt grass stitching on her bindings would not be the only thing unraveling. She reached the landing outside Aurelio's chambers just as the afternoon bells began to toll. 3 hours until evening prayer. She raised her hand to knock, but the door opened before her knuckles met the wood. Aurelio stood in the threshold, his coat gone, his sleeves rolled to the elbow. He looked at her with those wet stone eyes, and something in his face shifted. Relief, perhaps, or the recognition that she had come back when she could have taken the flood tunnel. I need your help, he said. It was not what she expected. With what? He stepped aside, and she saw the room behind him. A small salt ward shimmered on the far wall near the window, its edges fraying, the silver-blue light flickering like a candle drowning in its own wax. Tools lay spread across the writing table, a chisel, a dish of powdered brine, a coil of copper wire. The ward in the corner has been degrading since the storm surge, he said. I told Father Anselm I would repair it myself. Documentation for the chapel's records. The lie was smooth enough to be truth. Nerissa stepped inside, the door clicked shut behind her, and the sound felt heavier than it should have. A seal, a closing, a choice made by proximity rather than words. I do not know how to work salt wards. You do not need to. Aurelio crossed to the table and picked up the chisel, turning it in his fingers. You only need to stand where I tell you and hold the brine dish steady. The repair requires 2 hands and 1 witness. That is the documentation. She understood then. He was not asking her to assist with the ward. He was asking her to stand beside him while he created a record that placed them together in a legitimate, witnessed task, one that could be shown to Father Anselm as proof of their whereabouts and purpose during the inspection aftermath. Clever, she said. Necessary. He gestured to the wall, and she moved to the position he indicated, her back to the window, the ward humming at her left shoulder. The light from it caught the edges of his face, sharpening the bones, deepening the hollows beneath his cheeks. He worked in silence for a long moment, chipping the old salt crust from the ward's boundary line, brushing the fragments into a copper dish. The movements were precise, practiced, the hands of a man who had learned this skill inland, away from Brinehall's ritual supervision. The marks, he said, not looking up. Do they hurt you? The question landed softly, but it landed. No. They do not cause you pain? not the marks themselves. She paused. The bindings chafe when they are wet. That is all. He set down the chisel and turned to face her fully. The ward light shifted across his throat, his jaw, the hollow where his collar met his skin. When I touched them, he stopped, started again. When I touched them in the passage, they responded. Not just the glow. There was a warmth, a current. I felt it through my fingers. Nerissa said nothing. I have been thinking about what that means, he continued. Salt wards respond to blood, to lineage, to the pattern written into the bearer's skin. The one in the archive activated because you passed near it. This one, he gestured to the shimmering wall, should mean nothing to you. But it does. I do not know yet. He picked up the dish of powdered brine and moved closer, close enough that she could smell the salt on his clothes, the clean wool, the faint undertone of copper. I am going to place fresh brine along the boundary. When I do, the ward will pulse. I need you to tell me if you feel anything. Feel anything where? In your marks. He held her gaze for a moment, then turned and crouched beside the ward's lower edge. His fingers traced the boundary line with measured care, spreading the powdered brine in a thin, even arc. The old salt hissed against the new, and the ward's light dimmed, then steadied. Nothing happened. Nerissa stood still, the bindings tight against her skin, the afternoon light falling pale through the window glass. Then Aurelio's hand brushed the stone directly above the ward's center. The silver-blue light surged. It flared up the wall, catching the corners of the room, and Nerissa felt it, a pull low in her chest, a warmth that traveled down both arms and converged at the spiral on her left wrist. The bindings seemed to tighten of their own accord. Her breath caught. Aurelio turned. His eyes were on her arms, on the place where the bindings lay beneath her sleeve, where the warmth was gathering into something that wanted to answer. Say it, he said. The ward responded. To you. She could not deny it. The light was still pulsing, still bright, still reaching toward her side of the room as if it recognized something in her blood. Aurelio straightened. He did not step closer, but he did not step away either. In the charged silence, with the ward humming between them like a held breath, he spoke quietly. This secret is older than either of us guessed. Nerissa's hands were steady, but the warmth beneath her bindings was not. It moved, slow and certain, like a current finding its channel. And she understood in that moment that the ward had never needed require. It had needed to be seen by the right person. Father Ansel expects documentation by evening prayer, she said. He will have it. And what will you tell him? Aurelio looked at the ward, at the light still clinging to her side of the room, at her. The truth, he said, that the ward responded to a servant's proximity, that I cannot explain it, that I will investigate further. And if he asks which servant? Then I will lie again. The words hung in the air between them, simple and devastating. And in the silence that followed, the ward's light flickered once, then steadied, brighter than before, as if it had tasted something it recognized and was waiting for more. Chapter 15. The first morning after the ward test passed in ordinary duties, Nerissa carried Aurelio's breakfast tray from the kitchen through the east corridor, her sleeves dry for once, the fresh linens Wensla had stitched holding firm against her skin. The household moved around her in its usual rhythm, maids with linens, footmen with coal, the distant clatter of the laundry vats. No one looked at her twice, but she felt the difference in her own body. The warmth beneath her bindings had not faded. It lingered at the spiral on her left wrist like a low current waiting to surface. Every time she passed a salt ward embedded in the corridor stone, she felt a flicker of response, a pull she had to consciously ignore. She set the tray on Aurelio's writing table and stepped back to the wall, where she had stood 100 times before. but the space between them was no longer the same distance. He looked up from a stack of correspondence, the morning light slanting across his desk. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his collar was loosened, as if he had been working since before dawn. "The ward held through the night," he said. "Father Ephelm's clerk came at first bell. I gave him the documentation." "And?" "He took it without comment. That does not mean he believes it." Nuriza said nothing. The unspoken hung between them, the knowledge that they had bought hours, not safety. Aurelio set down his pen. "I have been reviewing the household ledgers this morning. The kitchen accounts, the linen quotas, the shift allowances." "Why?" "Because I want to understand how the system fails." He paused, "and because I can do something about it, even if it is small." She watched him flip through the pages, his finger tracing columns of figures, and something shifted in her chest. This was not a performance. He was not playing at reform for her benefit while she stood in his room. He had been at this since before dawn, annotating margins and making notes, because he believed the details mattered. Because he believed a kitchen allowance and a linen quota were worth his time. The knowledge made him harder to keep at a distance. "Take off your gloves," he said. She stilled. "Your bindings," he clarified. "They were too tight yesterday. Quellen said they would fail by the third day. Let me see them." It was not a command, it was a request, offered with the same careful neutrality he used when asking her preference on her schedule. She hesitated. Then she pulled off her gloves, folded them, and began unwinding the left binding. The linen came away in slow spirals, revealing the silver marks beneath. In the morning light, they looked less like a secret and more like a map, delicate and deliberate, coiling from wrist to elbow. Aurelio did not reach for her. He looked, and that was all. "Does the warmth persist?" "Yes." He nodded, as if he had expected that answer. "The ward recognized you. The warmth is the connection settling." "How do you know that?" "I do not. Not for certain." He met her eyes. "But I have been reading about tide warden patterns since last night. The archives are incomplete, but there are references. The marks respond to proximity. They bond to places and people that carry the same sought lineage." "And your chambers?" "Mine were warded by a Fairlale Tidewright 3 generations ago. The blood in those wards should answer only Fairlale lineage." He paused. "But they answered you." The silence stretched. Nuriza rewrapped her arm, her fingers steady, her heart anything but. The binding pulled tight across the marks, and the warmth subsided into a low hum she could almost ignore. She reached for her gloves, and then a knock came at the door. Not a servant's knock. Heavy, formal, 3 measured strikes. Aurelio straightened. "Enter." The door swung open, and a junior steward Nuriza recognized from the dowager's household stepped inside. He carried a sealed parchment tray with both hands, the Fairlale crest pressed into the wax. "A summons from the dowager for the heir," the steward said, avoiding Nuriza's eyes, "and a notification for the attendant." He set the tray on the table beside the door and withdrew without waiting for acknowledgement. Aurelio crossed the room and broke the seal. He read in silence, his expression flattening with each line. "She is holding a chapel feast tonight," he said, "to mark the formal opening of alliance discussions with House Mired." Nuriza's stomach tightened. "It is a public event, full household in attendance, including the Miret delegates. There will be prayers, announcements, and a formal dinner afterward." He looked up from the parchment. "You are required to attend as my personal attendant." Required? Summoned by name. He held out the second parchment, and she took it, her fingers brushing his for a fraction of a second too long to be accidental. The note was short, written in the dowager's own hand. Nerissa Adesina is instructed to attend Aurelio Furiel at the chapel feast this evening. Formal dress, full duties, no explanation, no room for refusal. Nerissa folded the parchment and placed it back on the tray. "This is a test," she said. "Yes. She wants to see me in full view of the household, of House Miret. Yes. And if I refuse?" Aurelio's jaw tightened. "Then she will know you are afraid, and she will wonder what you have to fear from being seen in public." The trap was clean. Attend and walk into a room full of eyes that would measure her for the dowager's purposes. Refuse and confirm every suspicion Father Anselm had already planted. Chapter 16. The household seamstress worked in silence, her fingers quick and impersonal as she pinned the dark wool bodice along Nerissa's ribs. The dress was feral blue, deep as winter water, with silver stitching at the cuffs that caught the candlelight. Nerissa stood still and let herself be measured. She had worn nothing but servant's gray for 9 years. The wool felt foreign against her skin, heavy with expectation. Every pin the seamstress pressed into the fabric felt like another mark of visibility she could not shed. "You will need to raise your arms," the seamstress said. Nerissa lifted them. The bindings beneath her sleeves pulled tight, the salt-mark warmth flaring at the strain. The seamstress did not look at her face. She adjusted the waist, the shoulder line, the drape of the skirt. Her hands moved with the efficiency of someone who had dressed generations of feral attendants and learned long ago not to see the women inside the clothes. "Turn," Nerissa turned. The dress would fit. It would look correct. It would say nothing about her that the dowager did not wish it to say. An hour before the chapel bells, Nerissa stood before the small glass in her servant closet and studied the stranger looking back. The blue bodice sat high at her throat, covering every inch of linen beneath. The sleeves were fitted, long, buttoned tight at the wrist. The skirt fell straight to her ankles, modest and proper and entirely unremarkable. She looked like a woman who belonged at a noble table. She did not feel like one. The warmth at her left wrist pulsed once, steady, as if the marks themselves were waiting. The chapel was smaller than she remembered. Candlelight pooled at the altar and left the corners in shadow. The pews had been arranged in a half-circle facing the raised table, where the dowager sat with Aurelio at her right hand and an empty chair at her left, waiting for Seraphine Maria. Nerissa stood at the back of the room with the other attendants, her hands clasped, her eyes lowered, her posture a perfect copy of the invisible servant she had trained herself to be. But the dress betrayed her. She felt the weight of glances. The household staff who had known her only as a quiet presence in the upper chambers now looked twice, measuring the blue wool, the silver stitching, the place she had been summoned to fill. She kept her breathing even and did not meet their eyes. The Marais delegation arrived at the third bell. Seraphine Marais walked at the head of her party, her gown the color of pale salt, her dark hair pinned with silver combs. She was beautiful in the way noble women were trained to be, composed, elegant, unreachable. She took her seat beside the dowager and smiled at Aurelio as if they had already agreed on the shape of their future. Nerissa watched his jaw tighten, watched him return the smile with polished grace, watched the space between them fill with everything neither of them could say. The dowager rose. The room fell silent. "Welcome," she said, her voice carrying without effort, "to the formal opening of alliance discussions between House Farahal and House Maria." She stood at the head of the table, lean and upright, the black pearls at her throat catching the candlelight. Her tide birthmark sat pale at the base of her throat, visible above the collar, a lurk of legitimacy she wore like armor. "These are difficult times," she continued. "The winter tide rises higher each year. The salt stores dwindle. The chapel warns that order must be maintained if the duchy is to survive." Her gaze moved across the room, touching each face in turn. "That order is built on blood, on lineage, on the willingness of those chosen to rule to bear the weight of stewardship." She paused. "And on the loyalty of those who serve." Her eyes found Nerissa. It was not a look, it was a touch, deliberate and precise, like a fingalo pressed to a bruise. Nerissa held still. The dowager's gaze moved on. The meal was served in courses. Nerissa moved through her duties with mechanical precision, filling Aurelio's glass, replacing his plate, stepping back into the shadow of the wall. She did not look at the other attendants. She did not look at Seraphine Marais. She did not look at the dowager. But she felt the dowager's attention like a current beneath still water. It surfaced in small ways, a pause in conversation that seemed to wait for something. A question directed at Aurelio about his chambers, his studies, his time inland. And then, as the final course was cleared, the dowager turned to him with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "I heard the winter inspection was disrupted this morning." Aurelio's hand stilled on the stem of his glass. "A pipe burst in the east corridor. Nothing serious." "Nothing serious," the dowager repeated, as if tasting the words. "And yet Father Anselm mentioned irregularities." "Irregularities have been addressed." "Addressed." She smiled. "You have always been thorough, Aurelio. It is one of your better qualities." She lifted her glass, took a sip, and set it down. "Tell me," she said, her voice light, almost casual, "who attended you during the inspection? I should like to thank them for their care." Aurelio's pause lasted half a second. "Nerissa Adesina," he said. "She has been my attendant since my return." The dowager's eyes moved, found Nerissa standing against the wall, and she smiled. "Nerissa Adesina." Her voice shaped the name slowly, as if testing its weight on her tongue. "An unusual name for a servant." Nerissa said nothing. Her training held. The dowager let the silence stretch, then turned back to Seraphine. "House Marais has always valued loyalty and service. I imagine you have similar standards." Seraphine inclined her head. "We do." The conversation moved on, but Nerissa felt the dowager's attention linger, a thread pulled taut, waiting for someone to pull back. The feast continued. Nerissa served. She poured. She stood in the shadows and watched the dowager move through the room like a tide, touching every guest, every conversation, every careful alliance. And she understood. The dowager had not exposed her, had not challenged her, had not done anything that could be named a threat. She had simply spoken her name. Let the room hear it. Let it settle into the memory of everyone present. Chapter 17. Seraphine Miret requested a tour of Hall's eastern salt stores the morning after the feast, and Nerissa was summoned to carry the lamp. She found the delegation waiting in the main courtyard, Seraphine at the center in sea-foam silk that caught the pale winter light. Behind her stood two attendants, and a lean man in a stained leather satchel who did not introduce himself. His boots were salt-crusted. His eyes moved across the courtyard like he was counting exits. Seraphine smiled as Nerissa approached. "Nerissa, I am glad it is you. I should like someone who knows the manner properly." The words were warm. They invited confidence. Nerissa inclined her head. "Of course, my lady." The tour took them through the lower foundations, where the walls sweated brine and the air tasted of stone. Seraphine asked about the flood damage, the schedule of the tides, which corridors stayed dry during the worst storms. She listened with genuine attention, remembering details, connecting them to larger patterns. She was not making conversation, she was constructing a map. The lean man followed at a distance, saying nothing, but Nerissa felt his gaze every time she turned. It was not hostile, it was assessing. The same way Seraphine assessed the salt casks, running her fingers over the rims, checking the seals. "There are older passages beneath these doors," Seraphine said, pausing at a narrow arch. "The foundation maps show them." Nerissa kept her voice level. "Those passages flood during high tide, my lady. They have not been used in years." "I see." Seraphine's smile did not waver. A practical concern. She moved on. They reached the chapel steps in the late morning. Seraphine dismissed her attendants with a gesture. The lean man hesitated, then withdrew to the far end of the courtyard. Seraphine turned to Nerissa. "My father says that marriage is the art of alignment. 2 houses, 2 futures, 1 direction." Nerissa held the lamp steady. "I have met Aurelio 3 times," Seraphine continued. "Twice at formal dinners, once at a salt conference inland. He was polite each time." "Correct, he said all the proper things." She paused. "But I do not think I have seen his true mind." The words landed like a touch on bare skin. Nerissa said nothing. Seraphine studied her. The morning light fell across her features, softening the sharp intelligence of her gaze. She was not look cruel, she looked curious, which was worse. "You have served him for 9 years. You were with him during the inspection, during the flood. You were the one he named at the feast." She stepped closer. "I think you know more about Aurelio Feriol than anyone in this household." The warmth at Nerissa's wrist pulsed. "I serve him, my lady, that is all." Seraphine's smile softened. "That is not all, and I think you know it." She turned and walked toward the chapel, her dress trailing across the stone. Nerissa stood on the steps, the lamp burning in her hands, and felt the weight of the words settle beneath her ribs like a splinter she could not reach. The rest of the day passed in fragments. Nerissa carried linens to the laundry. She replenished the candles in the east corridor. She avoided the main hall where the Murat delegates had gathered for discussions. Every time she turned a corner, she expected to find the lean man watching. She did not. But she felt his absence the way she felt the warmth at her wrist, present even when she could not see it. Evening came. Nerissa stood outside Aurelio's chambers, her hand raised to knock. She had not told Seraphine anything. She had held every truth behind her teeth. But the question remained, have you served him long enough to know his true mind? The warmth at her wrist pulsed. She was still standing there when the door opened. Aurelio looked at her. His dark eyes moved across her face, reading what she had not yet said. "Nerissa." She lowered her hand. "She knows something," Nerissa said. "She is watching." Aurelio's jaw tightened. "Then we have less time than we thought." He stepped back, holding the door open. "Come inside. I need to show you something." She crossed the threshold, and the ward on his wall pulsed once, silver blue, as if it had been waiting for her. The chamber was darker than she remembered. The candles had burned low, and the shadows pressed against the corners. Aurelio stood at the table, a sheaf of papers spread before him, his hand resting on a single document. His face was pale. "Kulin brought this from the lower vault this afternoon." He pushed the paper toward her. Nerissa took it. The ink was faded, the parchment cracked at the edges. But the seal at the bottom was clear enough, a tide crest stamped in black wax. House Feriol. And beneath it, a name she had never seen. Aurelia Feriol. "The Dowager's sister," Aurelia said. "She disappeared 40 years ago. The record says she was removed from the household register for reasons of voluntary absence." He paused. Kulin found a tide warden marking beneath the seal. Someone tried to burn it, but the salt preserved the impression. Nerissa looked up. What does it mean? Aurelio's eyes met hers. It means someone in my family was hiding something long before you arrived, and the person who hid it is still alive. The ward pulsed behind her, light catching the edges of the shadows, and Nerissa understood. The Dowager was not the only threat in Brine Hall. There were older secrets beneath the house, older than the feast, older than the inspection, older than the lie that had bound her to Aurelio. And the Dowager's sister was still out there, waiting to be found. Chapter 18. The chapel bells began at dusk. Nerissa stood at the back of the nave, the ferial blue wool pulled tight across her shoulders, the warmth at her wrist pulsing in time with the iron clang overhead. The pews were full. Household officers, Miret delegates, the lean man with salt-crusted boots standing at the side arch like a blade propped against the wall. Dowager Marceline sat in the front row, her black pearls catching candlelight. Father Anselm climbed to the pulpit, his tidwater-pale eyes sweeping the congregation before he spoke. "Salt marks the worthy," he said. "The sea writes what heaven decrees. Noble blood carries the pattern of divine order, and those who serve within that order are blessed by their obedience." He paused. "Those who resist it are washed away." Nerissa kept her hands still at her sides. The flood knocked beneath the foundations, a low rhythm like breath held too long. The feast followed in the great hall, long tables draped in ferial blue linen, candles burning in silver stands. The Dowager at the head, Seraphine Miret at her right hand, Aurelio across from her. Nerissa served. She poured wine. She replaced plates. She stood at the sideboard and watched the Dowager lift her glass and speak of alliance, of two houses joined by blood and duty, of a future built on trust between families who understood the weight of rule. "My son returns from the inland courts with new ideas," the Dowager said, her voice smooth as oiled stone. "Ideas are useful, but foundations are sacred." Seraphine smiled. Aurelio said nothing. Nerissa moved to refill his glass, and his eyes caught hers. Brief, barely a heartbeat, but she felt it like a hand closing around her wrist. The courses came and went. Saltfish, roasted fowl, bread soaked in brine, a ferial tradition she had never understood. The Dowager spoke of the tide schedules, the salt stores, the coming winter storms. Seraphine asked precise questions about the eastern corridors, how high the water rose, which passages stayed dry. The lean man wrote nothing down, but his eyes moved with every answer. Nerissa stood at the sideboard, her hands folded, her pulse steady. And then she felt it. A folded edge pressing against her palm from beneath her plate. She did not look down. She waited until the next course, when the servers shifted and the candles guttered, and slipped the note into her sleeve. The speeches continued. Father Anselm rose again and blessed the alliance, calling on the sea to witness the joining of two noble lines, to grant them children marked by salt and worthy of rule. "Blood remembers," he said. "The sea does not forget what it has written." Nerissa felt the warmth at her wrist pulse once, sharp and insistent. She pressed her palm flat against her thigh and held still. The feast was ending. Guests rose, servants cleared plates. The Dowager stood at the head of the table, accepting farewells, her sea-glass eyes scanning the room. Nerissa walked toward the kitchen corridor. She found a niche behind the sideboard, where the shadows pooled and the candles did not reach. She unfolded the note. The ink was dark, the hand familiar. "Come to the Storm Gallery after midnight. Only if you choose." No signature. She folded the paper again, pressed it flat against her palm, and slid it into the pocket hidden in her skirt seam. The hall emptied. Nereza stood at the sideboard, her hands folded, her pulse steady. And then she felt it. A folded edge pressing against her palm from beneath her plate. She did not look down. She waited until the next course, when the servers shifted and the candles guttered, and slipped the note into her sleeve. The speeches continued. Father Ansel rose again and blessed the alliance, calling on the sea to witness the joining of two noble lines, to grant them children marked by salt and worthy of rule. Blood remembers, he said. The sea does not forget what it has written. Nereza felt the warmth at her wrist pulse once, sharp and insistent. She pressed her palm flat against her thigh and held still. The feast was ending. Guests rose, servants cleared plates. The dowager stood at the head of the table, accepting farewells, her sea-glass eyes scanning the room. Nereza walked toward the kitchen corridor. She found a niche behind the sideboard, where the shadows pooled and the candles did not reach. She unfolded the note. The ink was dark, the hand familiar. Come to the storm gallery after midnight, only if you choose. No signature. She folded the paper again, pressed it flat against her palm, and slid it into the pocket hidden in her skirt seam. The hall emptied. Nereza stood at the sideboard, her hands still, and watched Aurelier walk Seraphine toward the east corridor. He was correct, polite. He said all the proper things. His eyes did not find her again. But his hand at his side opened once in a gesture she could not name, and then he turned and walked away. The dowager passed Nereza on her way to the chapel stairs. She paused. You served well tonight, she said. Do not mistake that for safety. She continued up the steps, her velvet train trailing across the stone. The warmth at Nereza's wrist pulsed, low and steady. She waited until the corridor was empty, then walked toward the servants' stair. The storm gallery was on the third level, open to the sea wind, where the ironwork rusted in the salt spray and the stone floor was slick with rain. Nereza stood in the shadow of the stairwell arch, the note warm against her palm. The choice was hers. She stepped forward. Chapter 19. The storm gallery was wider than she remembered. Open arches lined the seaward wall, the ironwork black and rusted, the salt wind tearing through so hard it whipped her skirt against her legs. Rain blew sideways off the sea, not heavy yet, but building. The stone floor gleamed wet where spray had reached it. Aurelio stood at the far railing, his back to her, both hands braced against the iron. His coat dark with damp, his hair plastered to his temples, the wind pulling at his sleeves. He had not heard her come in. Nereza stood at the threshold, the rain touching her face, the salt stinging her lips, and watched him. She could still turn. The stairs were behind her. The corridor was empty. She had not been seen. She could walk back to her closet, press the door shut, and claim exhaustion if anyone asked why she had not answered the note. He turned. Not slowly. Not like a man who had been waiting and wanted to seem calm. He turned fast, as though he had felt her presence the moment she stepped through the arch. His eyes found hers. The rain filled the silence between them. You came, he said. Not a question, a recognition, as though a part of him had not believed she would. Nereza stepped forward. She did not stop at the architectural distance, the space a servant should keep. She walked until she stood at the railing beside him, her hands gripping the cold iron, the sea below churning black and white, the wind tearing at her collar. I read the note, she said. I thought you might not. I thought I might not either. The honesty sat between them, raw and unguarded. Aurelio turned back to the sea. His knuckles were white on the railing. The wind lifted his wet hair and dropped it again, and she saw that he was shivering, not from cold, but from something held too tight beneath the skin. I told myself I would not do this, he said. Do what? Write a note I could not sign. His jaw tightened. Asked you to meet me in a place no servant should be seen with the heir of the house. Pretend I had any right to pull you into this. Nuriza said nothing. The rain was coming harder now. She felt it soaking through her shoulders, the wool of her dress growing heavy, the water running cold down her spine. Then why did you? She said. He turned to look at her. His eyes were dark, wet stone dark, and there was something in them she had never seen in a noble's face before. Not hunger, not command, something closer to pain, held back by a thread. Because I could not go to my rooms, he said. Because I stood in the corridor after the feast and felt the walls closing in, and the only place I could breathe was here. And I thought, if I wrote the note, if I left the choice with her, she might come, and I wanted her to come. Nuriza's hands tightened on the railing. Aurelio, I know. He said it fast, as though stopping her before she could finish. I know what I am asking. I know what you risk by standing here. I know there is no version of this that ends well. Then why are we here? He was quiet for a long moment. The sea crashed below. The rain lashed the ironwork. The salt spray misted between them, cold and sharp. Because I could not let tonight pass without saying it to your face, he said. Without letting you see me say it. He moved. Not toward her, not away. He shifted his weight, turned his body so he faced her fully, one hand still gripping the railing, the other lifted and then dropped, as though he had thought to reach for her and stopped himself. Serafin Mirez, intelligent, composed, and politically necessary, he said. I will spend next weeks negotiating an alliance with her family. I will stand beside her at dinners, at prayers, at every public appearance the dowager arranges. I will do what is expected of me. He paused. And I will be thinking of you. Nuriza felt the words land in her chest like stones dropped into deep water. You should not say that to me. I know. It is not safe. I know. It is not fair. He flinched. No, he said. It is not fair. None of this is fair. You have spent 9 years in service to a house that would destroy you if it knew who you are. I have spent those same years learning how to smile at people I despise, how to nod at laws I hate, how to pretend I do not see what the system does to the bodies it grinds down. And now I stand in the rain and tell you that I cannot stop wanting to be near you, because that is the only honest thing I have said in months. His voice broke on the last word. Nuriza did not move. The wind tore between them. The first time I saw you, he said, quieter now, in the library, 9 years ago, you looked at me as though I was not wearing a title, as though I was just a boy who had asked a question. You said you had not seen the sea, and I told you it was cold and gray and always hungry. Do you remember? Yes. I have thought about that moment every day since. He let out a breath, unsteady, raw. I did not know why then. I know now. The rain was streaming down his face, catching in his lashes, darkening the collar of his coat. He looked nothing like the polished Era who had sat at the high table an hour ago. He looked stripped, unmade. Nuriza lifted her hand from the railing. She did not plan it. Her fingers found hers cold and wet and closed. He went still. She did not pull away. I cannot promise you anything, she said. I cannot give you what you need. I cannot be what the house demands, and I cannot stay if staying means being used as a weapon against you. His fingers tightened around hers. I am not asking you to stay. Then what are you asking? His thumb moved across her knuckles, a slow, unthinking stroke, as though he was memorizing the shape of her hand. I am asking you to let me stand here with you, he said, in the rain, for as long as we have, and to not pretend when I look at you that you are just a servant I was assigned." Nuriza felt the answer rise in her chest. She did not speak it. She turned her hand in his, laced their fingers together, and held on. The sea raged below. The rain poured over them. And for a long, terrible, perfect moment, they were alone. The footsteps came from the stairwell. Not distant, not imagined, close. A boot scraping stone. A voice, low, murmuring something she could not hear. Then the scrape of a lantern being lifted and light bleeding across the wall behind them. Aurelio moved first. He released her hand, stepped back, and positioned himself between her and the door. "Go," he said, low, urgent. "Through the rear service stair, it comes out behind the kitchen stores." She was already moving, but at the threshold she stopped. She looked back. He was standing in the rain, his coat dark, his hands empty, the lantern light clanking the wall behind him. He did not look afraid. He looked like a man who had already decided what he was willing to lose. The footsteps reached the gallery door. The light flared, and Nuriza turned and ran into the dark. Chapter 20. The service stair was narrow and black, each step a gamble against the dark. Neria's palm scraped stone as she caught herself on the turn, the salt-damp wall cold through her sleeve. Behind her, the storm gallery door groaned open. A voice she did not recognize said something low and questioning. She did not wait to hear the answer. The stair dropped into a corridor she knew by memory, the one that ran behind the kitchen stores where the salt casks were stacked 3 high, and the air smelled of brine and old flour. She pressed herself flat against the wall, chest heaving, her breath too loud in the silence. No footsteps followed. She counted to 30, then 60. Nothing. The lantern light had not reached this far. She was alone in the dark with the warmth still pulsing at her wrist, the ghost at his hand laced through hers. She walked back to her closet without lighting a candle. The narrow room swallowed her whole. She closed the door, sat on the edge of her cot, and pressed her palms flat against her knees to stop the trembling. The salt-marked spiral hummed beneath the linen binding, a quiet, persistent current that would not fade no matter how many times she told herself to stop feeling it. She had held his hand. She had let him say those things. And someone had seen them. Sleep came in fragments, shallow and cold. Every creak of the old manor pulled her upright, heart hammering, ears straining for the sound of boots in the corridor. But no one came. The hours crawled toward dawn. When the first gray light bled through the high slit window, she unwrapped her bindings and checked the silver marks. They lay flat against her skin, unchanged, the spirals precise and patient. Still hidden, still hers, still a sentence waiting to be read aloud. She rewrapped them tighter. The household was stirring by the time she reached the kitchen corridor. 2 maids passed her without meeting her eyes. A boy carried kindling toward the ovens. Everything looked ordinary, the same practiced motion of a manor waking to its daily rhythm. But the silence between the ordinary movements was wrong, too deliberate. Nereus heard it in the way the maids' footsteps quickened when they rounded the corner ahead of her. She saw it in the way the cook's helper glanced at her sleeves, then away too fast. The house knew something. She found Wensla in the laundry yard, sorting wet linens into a copper basin. The old laundress looked up when Neria's shadow fell across the stone. Her pale blue filmed eyes held still for a long moment. Then she signed one word. Careful. Nereus nodded. Wensla went back to her work. The morning bell rang for chapel. She did not go. Instead, she walked the lower service corridor, keeping to the shadows, letting her feet find the old rats she had memorized over 9 years. The warmth at her wrist guided nothing. It was just there, constant as her own heartbeat. Dame Quinion found her in the linen store off the east pantry, feeding pressed sheets into a wicker basket that did not need folding. Leave those. Neria's hands stilled. Quirion stood in the doorway, pale eyes fixed on her with the same unreadable precision she brought to everything. She wore the same gray wool as yesterday, the same calm, flattened expression, but her voice carried an edge that cut. There were 2 shadows on the storm gallery last night after midnight. Do you know anything about that? Nereus kept her hands in the basket. No. I asked you a question. And I answered it. Quinion stepped into the store. The door latched behind her with a soft click. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. 3 people saw the lantern light from the east kitchen window, she said. One of them reported shadows moving against the ironwork. 2 figures standing close. Too close for a servant adjusting a storm shutter. Nereus said nothing. The report reached me at dawn. I have already told the staff it was a footman checking the gallery after the storm. That is the official story. The words hung between them. Why are you doing that? Quillion's pale eyes held her. Because I am not finished deciding what to do with you. The silence stretched. The linen store smelled of salt starch and dust. Nereus could feel her own pulse in her throat, steady and loud. Did he send the note? Quillion asked. Nereus did not answer. That is answer enough. Quillion's mouth tightened. You need to decide, Neria, right now, before the rumors solidify and the Dowager hears a version of the story that I cannot control. Decide what? Whether he is a danger to you or a shelter, and whether you can afford to let him be both. Neria's fingers curled into the linen sheet beneath them. You are asking me to choose. I am telling you that not choosing is a choice. Quillion stepped back, her hand on the door latch. The prowler with the salt-crusted boots was not one of Father Anselm's men, nor was he from House Meret. The words landed like stones. Then who was he? Quillion looked at her for a long breath. A messenger, from the network beneath this city. He was sent to confirm a rumor, and now he knows it is true. She opened the door. If you intend to survive what is coming, you will not go anywhere near the storm gallery again without telling me first. The door latched behind her. Neria stood alone in the narrow store, the pressed sheet still bunched in her fists, the warmth at her wrist pulsing steady and patient and relentless. The house knew, and Quillion knew she knew. And somewhere beneath the flooded streets, someone with salt-crusted boots was carrying the truth toward horns she could not see. Chapter 21. The service corridor below the East Salt stores ran low and narrow, the stones slick with seepage from the tide pressing against the outer walls. Nereza carried a basket of pressed linens toward the drying rooms, keeping her steps even, her shoulders loose, her face empty of anything worth reading. The warmth at her wrist pulsed. Steady. Constant. A second heartbeat she could not silence. She had taken the lower route deliberately. Fewer eyes, fewer questions. The household still moved in that wrong, deliberate rhythm, everyone watching without seeming to watch. And she needed time to think before she faced Aurelio again. Before she decided what Clawn's words meant. The network beneath this city. A messenger sent to confirm a rumor. And now he knew it was true. She turned the corner at the old brew cistern and stopped. A man stood in the shadow of the arched doorway that led to the flood tunnel access. He wore a salt-stained coat and boots crusted with dried brine, and he was watching her the way a tide watchman read the water, waiting for the current to tell him something. She knew the boots. She had seen them at the feast, at the archive, moving through brine hall's edges like a question no one had answered yet. He stepped forward. The light from the wall's sconce caught his face, lean and weathered, eyes the color of shallow water over dark sand. Nerizada Sanina. Not a question. He knew her name. She kept walking, adjusting her grip on the basket so her sleeves stayed closed. "You have the wrong person." "I don't." His voice was low, rough at the edges, the accent not from the manor districts. "I know what you carry beneath those bindings. I know why you keep them tight. And I know you did not get those marks from any common tide." Her feet stopped before her mind caught up. The corridor stretched empty in both directions. No one else moved in the service route. The only sound was the water lapping somewhere below, the steady drip of seepage through old stone. "I do not know what you think you saw. I saw your hands when the archive ward lit." He said it flat, without triumph. "I was in the lower vault when you passed. The stone answered you. Silver blue, the old color. The color that has not been seen in Lyanholt since the Tidewardens fell." Neriza's chest went cold. "You were the one in the archive, the one searching. I was waiting." He took a step closer, and she did not retreat. "They said a servant was carrying lamp and ledgers for the heir. But wards do not answer lamplight, they answer blood." The basket felt too heavy in her hands. The warmth at her wrist flared, sharp and insistent, as if it recognized something in the air between them. "Who are you?" "My name is Tobiah Castania." He said it without flourish, a fact offered, not a boast. "I work the docks and the flood routes. I carry things the noble houses pretend do not exist. And I have spent 6 years tracking the fragments of a story that everyone in Lyanholt agreed was finished." "What story?" "Yours." The word dropped between them like a stone into still water. Nirzar forced herself to breathe, forced herself to stay still, to keep her hands from tightening on the basket, to let none of the shaking reach her face. "You do not know me. I know your mother was a Tidewarden woman who fled into the marsh villages after the purge. I know she carried a child who should have been drowned with the rest of the bloodline. I know she died before she could teach you what you are." He asked into the shadow. "Tobiah." He paused. "How did you know where to find me?" He looked back over his shoulder, the dim light catching the edge of his jaw. "The laundress, the old one with pale eyes. She told me you take the lower route to the drawing rooms at this hour." Wensla. Neriza's throat closed. "Trust her," Tobiah said. "She has been waiting longer than any of us." He disappeared into the dark. The sound of his footsteps faded into the water moving beneath the stone. Nearest just alone in the corridor, the basket still in her hands, the oiled cloth waiting on the cistern edge. The warmth at her wrist pulsed. She picked up the map. The cloth was rough against her fingers, the folded lines worn as if someone had handled it many times before. She did not open it. She tucked it into the waist of her skirt beneath the apron where no one would see. Then she carried the linens the rest of the way to the drawing room, stepped inside, and closed the door behind her. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the damp stone wall and let the cold steady her, the map pressing against her ribs like a coal burning through cloth. Tomorrow, after the evening bell. A dry chamber where the old tide chapel used to stand. And somewhere beneath her feet, Tobiah Castani was already moving through the flood tunnels, carrying the truth she had spent 9 years trying to bury. Chapter 22. The morning bell found Neriza in the kitchen stores, counting dried saltfish for the week's ration. She had not slept. The map lay folded beneath her mattress, its oiled cloth pressed against the straw, ticking like a second skin she could not shed. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Tobiah's face in the dim light, heard his voice saying, "The rumor has already left Brynhall." She took the longest route to the drawing room, past the old brew cistern where he had found her. The water lay still. No salt-stained coat waited in the shadow. She worked through the morning with her hands busy and her mind circling. By noon, she had memorized the supply routes, the rotation of the kitchen staff, the moment when the household's attention shifted toward the noon meal, and the service corridor to the east gate felt empty. She claimed a bundle of mended linens and told the understeward the dockside laundry had shorted Brinehall's count last quarter. She needed to inspect the tally in person before the next shipment. The lie came easily. It was even true enough to hold. The service gate opened onto a narrow alley of black stone and standing tidewater. Nereza stepped through with the linens bundled under one arm, and her heart beating high in her throat. The dock district smelled of salt and tar and fish gut left too long in the sun. Buildings leaned toward each other over the flooded lanes, their upper stories dark with damp, their lower doors crusted with brine marks that had nothing to do with noble wards. Children sat on stone steps, sorting netting. A woman tipped a basin of gray water into the canal without looking up. No one watched her. That was the difference. In Brinehall, every eye measured. Here, she was just another figure in servant gray, carrying linens through the working quarter, invisible in plain sight. She followed the map's memory. Left at the second canal bridge, past a chandler's with a cracked sign, through a passage so narrow she had to turn sideways to pass. The buildings closed in above her. The light dimmed to the color of old tallow. The door was exactly where Tobiah's cloth lines had marked it, a low, iron-banded thing set into a wall that had once been part of something larger. No handle, no hinge visible, just a seam in the stone. She knocked. The sound was dull, swallowed by the damp. For 3 heartbeats, nothing. Then the seam shifted, inward, and a face appeared in the gap. Not Tobiah. A woman with gray-streaked hair and eyes the color of tide-washed slate. She looked at Nereza's bundle, at her collar, at the way her hands held the linens like a shield. "You are early," the woman said. "Your map did not specify a time." The woman's mouth moved, not quite a smile. She pulled the door wider. "Come then, before someone sees you standing in the light." The room beyond was not a room. It was a cellar that had been hollowed sideways, its walls shored with ship timbers and packed earth, its ceiling held up by beams that groaned with the weight of the street above. Candles burned in iron brackets, their light catching the edges of everything at once. Stacked crates, rolled charts, a table cluttered with ink pots and torn paper. And on the walls, pinned to the timbers, the records. Nereza stopped breathing. She saw pages torn from ledgers, their ink faded to a thin brown. She saw a hand-drawn map of Lorena Holt's old wards, marked in a script she did not recognize. She saw a charcoal sketch of a woman with silver patterns winding up her bare arms, her face half erased by damp. Nereza, Tobiah's voice quiet from the far end of the table. He stood with his sleeves rolled, his hands resting on a spread of documents as if he had been waiting for hours. "You came. I did not say I would not come. You also did not say you would." He gestured to a stool near the table. "Sit. You will want to be sitting for what I have to show you." She did not sit. She walked to the wall instead, to the charcoal sketch, the woman with silver arms. The marks were not quite right. The spirals curled in the wrong direction, the lines too thick. But the shape of them, the way they coiled from wrist to elbow, that was her own skin drawn in another hand. "Who is this?" "We do not know her name." "No, that is your grandmother's." Tobiah's voice was soft, but it carried. "The last recorded tide-warden sovereign before the purge. Her daughter fled into the marsh villages with a child in her belly and a wound that would not stop bleeding. She survived long enough to name you. Barely." Neriza's fingers pressed flat against the page. You said my mother died before she could teach me. She did, but she told someone else what you were, before she went. A village midwife who recognized the marks, a woman who knew enough to keep silent and wait. He paused. The midwife is dead now. But she told Wensla Ibarra before she went. Wensla, the pale blue eyes, the 40 years at Brine Hall, the word she had signed in the laundry yard, careful. She had known. All this time Wensla had known. There is more, Tobias said. This room is not the answer, it is the preface. He crossed to the table and lifted a sheet of paper, its edges charred, its center preserved in the margin. Read this. She read. The seventh name struck from the roll of salt-bearers, being silver-crowned and therefore void by decree of the Tide Chapel Council in the year of the great storm. Her marks declared sovereign, her bloodline extinguished. Let low voice speak her name again, for the sea has washed her from the memory of man. The date was 42 years ago. That is not my mother's name. No, that is your grandmother's. Tobias' voice was soft, but it carried. The last recorded Tide Warden sovereign before the purge. Her daughter fled into the marsh villages with a child in her belly and a wound that would not stop bleeding. She survived long enough to name you, barely. Neriza is single, near stutter time only at enigmatically. The game is two. The fishing thicks. I am forgotten the sighing of the contact in start. The genuine wisp-harblicking is the single little shading case with absolutely soon discussable whys. The frequels were seeming, you can understand that I'm gone up to the through all these people. For I join me so time I am getting overhandle like I found it. The way I slook to the star hands to specifically sleep dead, wilking in the teminin higher completely, ivagely disparching, verts in the shillyclus. Let sweep chords of foundant toads on the faced marks who cared me record to lean, challenge and step poving you. Flucking hands. He just starts lowing in our carlor, sleeving perfectly spoyin on the werves being. Maybe the mortar we clears her own, and all right. Hideous slept it in ref light, which named, lipside of that Boyd cram capel. The radio breath for the quarters of the moment in the munner. I am really filing him up out. The intent tap is like a devate. That once is the franction with his flanction stand. It's slamping with the total hole today, and the service debt than I sawed set. We get one there. Provivers. The biddy slept supposed to quite wipe from the unders. I actually creed me in the whole ground in this the task. I am fully loved to droll but this catechate of want, nab. The ends are at the second reed that turns up with a funny. I am fucked with a simile nervousness, the O's, Curry's boaters, and Organization 7's enges will forgetted the powers of menued sense of people. I mean, we always wake it along. I am literally fucking that. When I recover my own seas, it's sudden, just definitely when I store. Simply literally with other rango weight. I am not harvesting, stopping over from the aradia, wait to do, that I preve, now know, still slat it. I'm too unaccounted always right, to literally all it valued as my heart to pick. What I need and nothing. The fast up to the Steskies we do by now. Chapter 23. The cellar air had grown thick, heavy with candle smoke and the salt tang of old paper. Neriza faced Tobiah across the scarred table, still holding the charred page that named a king she had never heard of. You want me to go beneath Brine Hall? She said. To a ward that has not been touched in 40 years. To prove that blood still answers. Yes. And if it does? What happens when the stone opens and the whole house feels what I have done? Tobiah's jaw tightened. Then they know. And you stop hiding. She set the page down slowly, flattening her palm against the charred edge. Her wrist mark pulsed beneath the linen, warm and insistent, as if the words themselves had called to it. You speak as if I have already agreed to be your symbol. I speak as someone who has spent 6 years gathering what your family left behind. He did not raise his voice, but something in it sharpened. You were hidden after the massacre, sold into service, lost back into the system that conquered your bloodline. That was not accident, Nerissa. That was design. Someone wanted you buried where no one would think to dig. She knew. She had known since the moment he said the midwife told Wainsla Ibarra. The knowledge sat in her chest like a stone, heavy and cold and undeniable. I am not asking you to be a symbol, Tobias said. I am telling you that you already are one. The network has waited years for a rumor like yours. The chapel has doctrines that your existence refutes. House Pharaoh has a crown it stole from your grandmother's neck. You belong to more than yourself now, whether you choose it or not. The words hit like a slap. She held still. She had learned, years ago, how to hold still when pain arrived, how to let it pass through her without changing her face. I belong to myself, she said. Tobias' eyes held hers. Then prove it. Come with me to the old ward. Let the stone decide what you are. Or stay hidden. Stay safe. Let the dowager find you when the rumor reaches her, as it will, because the network is not the only one watching Brynhall now. He leaned forward and his voice dropped. You came here, Nerissa. You walked through a door you did not know how to open. You asked to see the ward. Do not pretend you have not already begun to choose. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that he knew nothing about what she had chosen, what she had survived, what it had cost her to stay invisible in a house that consumed people like her for breakfast. But the charred page was still warm beneath her hand, and the sketch of the woman with silver arms watched from the wall, and Wensla had known for years, and none of it could be undone. When? She said. Tomorrow, after the evening bell. I will be at the old Tide Chapel entrance beneath the East Foundation. Come alone, tell no one. No one, she repeated. Not even Wensla. Especially not Wensla. His voice was flat. She has kept your secret for years, but she answers to the same network I do. If you want this choice to be yours alone, you carry it alone. The words settled between them like a door closing. She turned and walked to the iron-banded door. The gray-streaked woman who had let her in was gone. The passage beyond was dark. One more thing, Tobias said. She stopped but did not turn. Your mother did not name you, Nerissa. The word struck her spine like a blade. What? She named you something else. The midwife told Wensla. Wensla told me. He paused. Your mother called you Alern. It means she who was hidden from the sea. The village records were changed when you were sold. Someone wanted the name buried with the rest of the evidence. Nerissa. It was the only name she had ever known. The only word that had ever claimed her. She turned now, and her voice came lower than she had intended. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know who you were before the salt houses remade you. Tobias' face was unreadable in the candle glow. What you do with that knowledge is your choice. She left before he could say anything else. The passage was narrow and black, and she walked it by memory, one hand brushing the damp stone, the other pressed against her wrist, where the salt mark pulsed like a second heart. Aaron. She whispered it once under her breath, and the sound of it in the dark made her chest ache. The dock district was quieter now. The gray light had shifted toward afternoon, and the streets were emptier, the merchants packing their stalls, the tide watchers folding their schedules. She moved through the thinning crowds in servant gray, invisible again, but the invisibility felt different now. It felt like a lie she had been told so long, she had forgotten it as false. She reached the service gate and slipped through, her heart beating too fast, her mind turning over Tobiah's words like stones she could not set down. She was 3 steps into the lower service corridor when she felt it. Not a sound, not a movement. A presence, a weight in the air behind her, like a held breath. She did not turn. She kept walking, steady, unhurried, as if she had noticed nothing. Her hands stayed loose at her sides. Her breathing did not change, but her skin knew. She took the narrow stair behind the old sot stores, the one that curved up toward the laundry yard, and at the first turn she let herself look, a glancing look, casual, the look of a servant checking whether a door had been left open. A shadow pulled back into the alcove at the base of the stairs. Tall, lean, familiar. The man with salt-crusted boots. The messenger from the feast, from the archive, from the network beneath the city. He had followed her from the cellar. He had watched her come back through the gate, and he had not followed to protect her. She walked faster, her heart slamming now, her mind already mapping routes, exits, places a servant could disappear in a house that had been her prison for 9 years. The warmth at her wrist flared, and behind her, the shadow moved. Chapter 24. The lower service corridor curved past the old salt stores, and Nerissa walked it with her pulse in her throat and her hands loose at her sides. She did not run. Running drew eyes. Running told the shadow behind her that she had seen him, that she knew what he was, that she was afraid. She was afraid. But she had spent 9 years learning to carry fear like a second skin. At the juncture where the corridor split toward the laundry yard and the east wing kitchens, she stopped. She bent as if adjusting her shoe, a servant's reflexive motion, and in that crouch she let her gaze slide back along the passage. Empty. The alcove where the shadow had pulled back stood gray and still. No movement. No sound but the drip of damp stone and the distant clatter of cookpots from the kitchens. She straightened and walked on, but she did not slow. The warmth at her wrist had not faded. It pulsed in time with her heartbeat, steady and insistent, as if the marks beneath the bindings were trying to tell her something she had not yet learned to hear. The abandoned stairwell was behind the old brew cistern, a thread of a passage that had once connected the lower kitchens to the salt curing rooms before the tide changed the drainage and the ferriols sealed the western cellars. She had found it her first year at Brine Hall, when she was still young enough to believe there might be a way out, and she had never told anyone it existed. The door was where she remembered it, warped and salt-crusted, wedged half open where the frame had swollen. She slipped through and pulled it closed behind her. Darkness. The smell of old brine and stone. Light from a single high grate, too narrow for a body, let in a stripe of pale gray that fell across the far wall like a blade. And there, at the base of the wall where the salt crust had flaked away, she saw it. A carving. Small, no wider than her palm, worn almost smooth by decades of damp and neglect, but the pattern was unmistakable. The same spiral she had seen in Tobiah's cellar, the same branching lines, the same repeating wave that curled inward like a seashell's core. A tide warden ward, set in the foundation stone of Brine Hall itself, begotten in a passage the household no longer used. She knelt. Her hands shook as she pulled the left binding loose, folding the linen back from her wrist until the silver marks lay exposed in the gray light. The warmth at the spiral's center flared. She pressed her palm flat against the carving. The stone was cold, rough, dead beneath her fingers. Nothing happened. A breath. another. The silence pressed against her ears, and she felt foolish, kneeling in a forgotten stairwell with her marks bared, waiting for a dead civilization to answer a touch. She pulled her hand back, and the carving brightened. Silver light bled from the grooves of the spiral, faint at first, no brighter than foxfire, then deepening as it spread along the branching lines until the entire ward glowed like a submerged lamp. The light reached her palm, her wrist, the silver marks on her forearm, and there it caught, pulsing in rhythm, one pattern answering another. Nerissa stopped breathing. The stone beneath the carving was warm now, not the dead cold of foundation rock, but the living heat of skin, as if the wall had woken beneath her hand. The silver light did not flicker. It shone steady, patient, as if it had been waiting 40 years for someone to remember the shape of the question. She pulled her hand away and the light faded slow, reluctant, leaving only the gray stripe from the grate and the lingering warmth in the stone. She stared at her palm. The linen binding still dangled loose, the silver marks now visible in the half-dark, and she did not reach to cover them. Aaron. The name Tobiah had given her burned in her chest like a second pulse. The door groaned. She spun, dragging the binding across her wrist, but her fingers were clumsy, the linen too loose, and she had only half the wrap in place when the door swung open and Aurelie Farrell stepped into the strip of gray light. He stopped. His eyes moved from her face to her hands, from the half-finished binding to the faint silver glow still dying on the wall behind her. The old ward's light had not fully faded. It clung to the stone like moisture, like memory, like evidence. She saw the moment he understood. The color left his face. Not shock, not anger, something deeper, something that looked like the ground giving way beneath him. Nerissa stopped breathing. The stone beneath the carving was worn now. Not the dead cold of foundation rock, but the living heat of skin, as if the wall had woken beneath her hand. The silver light did not flicker. It shone steady, patient, as if it had been waiting 40 years for someone to remember the shape of the question. She pulled her hand back, and the carving brightened. Silver light bled from the grooves of the spiral, faint at first, no brighter than foxfire, then deepening, and it spread along the branching lines until the entire ward glowed like a submerged lamp. The light reached her palm, her wrist, the silver marks on her forearm, and there it caught, pulsing in rhythm, one pattern answering another. Nerissa stopped breathing. The stone beneath the carving was warm. I am just chanking for her reign. We are very honestly, that is even like me. I cannot take him to this second quite, but I is going to too much animations. I was bake the glue man and got in my desk stop, but I have been braiding on the tack. I been do not overplaying again. Sletch the ridgeable before the complete chains, after striding my Retherley staffs. He roseds the ground, they've frupped my mare worked, then I'd trinish the rigs of the Sighton a last tide warden fleen, struck from the roll 42 years ago. The same year your house sealed that ward and pretended it had never worked. She watched him absorb it, watched the pieces shift behind his eyes, some falling into place, others cracking under the weight of what they revealed. My grandmother, he said slowly, was dowager then. She would have been on the council that signed the decree. Yes. And my mother, my aunt, every Farrell who held power in that generation. My awkwarding, we imaginely fix it everything they come. It really shows out my deferlies, and then a spitaling completely sleeted, it had nothing everything is exact. But I just look her thoughtlage to realize that it's enough amization. The validity shoddy and a mistakey likes that prickerly barred ingredients marker. The matter of Discarin had still covered to the rack that expies. The glad with the playa was crowd, and then it leads to him. He readies responds despite the saving face overly 10 Maisie disputers. I said, whatever what does it, why and I'll just cure her. If it really coming with eternal support, as wily clearing to the report, maybe a big up girl is a first for. They understand that maybe he's just a show no temp. But I just do. They know. They much is just on crass with their faces. So that this little intolerance requires is absolutely in fact that they love. I remind them, more day. The clabbers roan with brew, rusing him her term less than. They do not agree when the prefect Norlil Corshes founds are cheeving, but my glout words lovely lep. I would have subspitely created my natural engine power, and I would bin speaker bought in. I should do it this snare tasting to you struck today. They have special last predicament, but we know it. It stamelize me you have time. That, it was completely temp. I would have specially blow my Schallermann coming out, and I had not say the Goster machine would talk. I wast him work me from the cream, who offers a small louk smelly waste to know, but I feel glad it's remaining a guilancy. I getting avertly respite with no hole, but was just a bandage that she move, at a spaceful stream. I mean, it's all rast. I was a sense of smista, the nail are recliving in this community-o. Speaker, a spirit is the fussna stone. Chapter 25. The evening bell faded through the stone, each note a countdown she could feel in her teeth. Nereza stood with her back to the warm wall, the binding still loose in her hand, the silver marks catching what light remained. Aurelio had not moved since she began speaking. He stood with his arms at his sides, his face stripped of the careful corsage he wore like armor. That ward, he said again, as if saying it twice would make the truth settle. It has been dead for 40 years. Not dead. She kept her voice low, barely above the hush of the grate. Hidden, sealed. Someone knew what it was and buried it so deep the Tiderites forgot it existed. He looked at the stone where the silver had bled through the grooves. Faint traces still clung to the carving, a ghost of the light that had answered her palm. Only sovereign marks could wake a ward like that. He said it like a fact he was testing against memory. The Tiderites wrote treatises on it. The old patterns are supposed to be impossible to replicate. They are not breplet. His eyes came back to her face. Then you are. The words hung between them. She did not confirm, she did not deny. The silence was enough. Nereza. His voice cracked on her name. Do you understand what you are telling me? I am telling you that the history of your house is not the one you were taught. He flinched, small, barely visible, but she saw it. Tell me how you know. She reached for the binding, began wrapping it back around her wrist, methodical, tight, the way she had done 1,000 times before. The motion steadied her. My grandmother was the last Tidewarden sovereign, executed by council decree 42 years ago. Your grandmother signed that decree. Your mother, your aunt. I did not know. He said it like a prayer. No, you were not meant to. They told us the Tidewardens died in a plague, that the marks faded, that the bloodline failed. The marks did not fade. They were burned. The bloodline did not fail. It was hunted. She finished the binding, tucked the end beneath the fold. My mother carried me into the marsh villages with a wound that should have killed her before I was born. She lived long enough to name me. Someone changed the village records and sold me into service so that no one would ever find Alarin. Arilyn. My birth name. It means she who was hidden from the sea. Aurelio pressed his paw flat against the wall, as if he needed the stone to hold him upright. His breath came slow and deliberate, the way a man breathed when he was trying not to shatter. "I came back to Brine Hall because I thought I could change it," he said. "I thought if I worked from inside, I could reform the tides, the inspections, the way the house treats its people. I thought I understood the rot. And now?" He turned to look at her. His eyes were dark in the gray light, wet stone hollowed out. "Now I do not know if reform is possible inside a house built on a mass grave." She felt the words land somewhere beneath her ribs. She had expected him to defend, to bargain, to find a way to make the truth palatable. Instead, he stood in the damp stairwell and named what his family had done, without a single qualification. "I should have told you sooner," she said. "Yes." He did not soften it. "But I understand why you did not." The grate above them creaked as the wind shifted, and the gray light dimmed, then brightened again. The stone around them smelled of salt and rot and age. "What do you need?" Aurelio asked. The question surprised her. "I need to know what else is buried in this house. Documents, records, anything that names what happened to the tide wardens for security services. No mention of the sovereign, no mention of the decree." He pulled the next volumes, and the next, in each one the same pattern, a razored page, a gap where a record should have been, a silence so thorough it could only have been designed. He sat back in the clerk's chair and stared at the open volumes. Someone had removed every document that connected House Ferial to the tide warden execution. Not a single name survived in the official record. Not his grandmother's, not his mother's, not the sovereign's. The lamp flickered, the shadows leaned, and on the edge of the desk, half hidden beneath a stack of loose receipts, he saw a piece of paper that did not belong. A note, unaddressed, unfolded. The archive remembers what the house forgets. He turned it over. Nothing on the reverse. The handwriting was unfamiliar, sharp, angular, pressed deep into the paper as if the writer had been in a hurry. He folded the note and slipped it into his coat pocket. Then he closed the volumes, locked the cabinet, and stood in the dark of the clerk's office, the silence pressing in from all sides. The door opened behind him. He turned. Quan Bobbin stood in the threshold, her pale eyes catching the lamplight, her face carrying no expression at all. "My lord," she said, "the dowager requests your presence in the solar." "What does she want?" Quillen did not answer. Her gaze dropped to his coat pocket, where the note lay hidden, then rose again to his face. "I would not keep her waiting, my lord." She stepped aside, and the corridor behind her stretched dark and empty, and Aurelia walked toward it, knowing that every step forward was also a step into ground that had been mined long before he was born. Chapter 26. The summons came before the midday bell, delivered by a junior clerk with damp sleeves and a face that refused to meet her eyes. "To get," the clerk added, and retreated before she could ask what this was about. She knew what this was about. The chapel was cold despite the braziers. Salt damp clung to the stone, and the tide light through the high windows cast green shadows across the floor. A dozen servants stood in the back rows, hands clasped, heads down. Household clerks filled the middle benches, and at the front, in the carved pew reserved for family, sat Marceline Ferial in black wool, her iron-gray coils catching the candlelight, the pale tide birthmark at her throat framed by the usual black pearls. Aurelia stood beside her. He had not changed clothes since the studiozes. His coat was still rumpled, his hair still dark from the damp corridor air. He did not look at Nerissa when she entered. Father Anselm stood at the altar, his tidwater-pale eyes scanning the room as if counting souls. "Close the doors," Marceline said. The clerk pulled them shut. The latch dropped. The sound was final in a way that made Neriza's chest tighten. Ansel began with a prayer to the sea. His voice carried through the empty chapel, each word landing with practiced weight, the familiar cadence of scripture shaped into a sermon before the verses had ended. "Obedience is the salt that preserves the realm," he said, turning from the altar to face the congregation. "The sea writes its will on the skin of the chosen, and the chosen bear that mark as a duty, not a privilege, a duty." His gaze moved across the room. It passed over the clerks, the servants, and paused for a fraction of a breath on Neriza. To resist the order the sea has written is to resist the sea itself. And what becomes of those who resist the tide? He let the silence stretch. "They are washed away," he said, "forgotten. The water does not mourn what it scours from the shore." The warmth at Neriza's wrist flared. She pressed her palm flat against her thigh beneath the apron, keeping her face empty, her breathing even. "But the sea does not only destroy," Ansel continued, his voice softening into something almost paternal. "It also tests. It sends trials to separate the faithful from the false." Marceline's profile was still. She watched Anselm as if she had written the words herself. "And sometimes," Ansel said, "the false masquerade as the faithful. They wear borrowed marks. They speak borrowed names. They stand in the light and claim a lineage the sea never gave them." Neriza's wrist burned. She did not move. "These are the temptations the faithful must endure," Anselm said. "These are the trials that prove whose blood still answers the tide." He raised his hands, palms open, the gesture of blessing. "Let us pray that the sea grants us the wisdom to see what hides beneath the surface, and the courage to cast it out." The prayer ended. The servants filed out in silence, heads still bowed, not one of them meeting another's eyes. Neriza moved with them, her pulse slow, steady drum in her throat, her hand still pressed to her thigh. "A word, Neriza." Marceline's voice stopped her at the chapel door. She turned. The dowager had not risen from her pew. Aurelio stood beside her, his jaw tight, his hands clasped behind his back. Father Ansel remained at the altar, arranging his books as if he had nothing to do with what was happening. "Come closer, child. I do not bite." Neriza walked back down the aisle. 9 years of trading pulled her shoulders straight, her eyes lowered, her hands folded. She stopped at the end of the pew, 3 feet from Marceline's black pearls. "You felt the sermon spoke to you," Marceline said. It was not a question. "Father Anselm preaches for all who listen, my lady." "He does?" Marceline's sea-glass eyes held her, unblinking. "But the words land differently on those who know themselves addressed." The warmth at Neriza's wrist pulsed. She kept her face still. "I hope you are finding your duties as Aurelio's attendant rewarding." "Yes, my lady." "Good." Marceline adjusted one of the pearls at her throat, a small, deliberate gesture. "The household must be steady in the coming weeks. Alliance require density. They require that those within the house understand their place in the larger design." She looked at Aurelio. He looked back, his face unreadable. "The alliance with House Miria will be announced formally at the full tide," Marceline said. "After that, duty becomes visible. It becomes public. And those who cannot stand within that structure will find themselves outside it." She stood. The movement was fluid, unhurried, the rise of a woman who had never been required to explain herself. "You may go, Neriza." Neriza inclined her head and walked toward the door. She felt the dowager's gaze on her back all the way to the threshold. She felt Aurelio's silence like a held breath. She did not look back. The corridor outside the chapel was empty. The servants had scattered. The braziers still smoked. Nerissa walked toward the service stairs, her hands steady, her breathing even. The warmth at her wrist flared again, sharp and insistent. Someone at the chapel door cleared a throat behind her. She did not look back. She did not look ahead. The messenger stood motionless in the half-light, and the corridor offered no escape in either direction. Chapter 27. The corridor stretched between them like a held blade. The messenger stood motionless at the far end, his back still turned, his salt-crusted boots planted wide as if he had all night to wait. Behind her, the cleared throat at the chapel door had not spoken again. Nerissa counted 3 heartbeats. Then she turned left into a narrow service passage she had used exactly once before, 3 years ago, when Qiwan had sent her to the lower kitchen stores during a storm. The passage curved behind the chapel's foundation wall, narrow enough that her shoulders brushed damp stone on both sides, and opened into a low-ceilinged corridor where old tallow candles guttered in iron sconces. She did not run. Running drew eyes. She walked with the flat, unhurried stride of a servant, with somewhere to be and nothing to hide. The passage ended at a half-door bolted from her side. She slid the bolt, stepped through into a covered yard where rain drummed against slate, and crossed to the service gate. The messenger had not followed. She did not know whether that meant he had chosen not to, or whether he already knew where she was going. The old tied chapel chamber beneath the east foundation smelled of salt and rot and something older, the memory of incense ground into stone. Tobiah had brought candles. Their light pooled on a chipped marble platform where an ancient map of Lemenholt had been painted in fading pigments, the lines of the old sovereign wards traced in silver that still caught the flame. The elderly loyalist woman arrived after Nerissa had been waiting 20 minutes. She was thin and straight-backed, with iron-gray hair twisted into a crown and eyes the color of shallow tidewater. She wore a dress that had been fine 40 years ago, mended carefully at the cuffs and collar. "You are early," she said, as if Nerissa had committed a breach of protocol. "The messenger at Brinehall is watching me," Nerissa said. "I had to leave before he decided to follow." The woman's mouth tightened. "Then we begin at once." Her name was Delphine Casquillon. She did not offer Nerissa a seat. She stood before the marble platform and began reciting titles, forms of address, the proper sequence of gestures required to approach a tide-warden throne. Her voice was dry and precise, the voice of someone who had spent decades memorizing a world that no longer existed. "The sovereign is approached in 3 stages," Delphine said. "At the first marker, you kneel and place your right hand flat against the stone. At the second, you incline your head and speak the formal acknowledgement. At the third, you rise and wait for the sovereign to extend permission." Nerissa stood in her servant's gray, her sleeves still damp from the rain, her wrist mark pulsing warped beneath the bindings. "I will not kneel to anyone," she said. Delphine's eyes flickered. "The gestures are ceremonial. They affirm the relationship between—" "I know what they affirm." Nerissa's voice stayed level, but something hard edged into it. "I have knelt for 9 years. I will not learn to kneel better." The silence that followed was thin and sharp. Tobiah leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, watching both of them. He did not intervene. "The gestures are not about submission," Delphine said finally, the Orbebeli filing pap out. "They are about recognition. The one who kneels is not diminished, they are witnessed." "By whom?" "By the sea, by the blood that binds you to it, by the people who will look to you for leadership and need to see that you understand what you carry." Neria's jaw tightened. She looked at the painted map on the marble platform. She looked at the painted map on the marble platform, the silver lines that traced a city she had never known, a sovereignty that had been erased before she was born. "I did not ask to carry it," she said. "No one ever does." Delphine's voice softened just slightly. "But the carrying does not ask permission. It finds the one who was born for it, and it waits." The lesson continued. Delphine made her practice the three-stage approach 12 times. 12 times Neriza walked toward an imaginary throne, knelt on the damp stone, inclined her head, and waited for a permission that would never come. The motions felt absurd. She was dressed in servant gray, her boots leaking at the seams, her hair coming loose from its wrap, playing at court forms in a hidden chamber beneath a house that wanted her dead. "You are holding tension in your shoulders," Delphine said during the 8th repetition. "A sovereign does not approach with a warrior's readiness. They approach with openness. They have nothing to prove because their presence is the proof." "I have everything to prove." Neriza straightened. "To people who will kill me the moment they confirm what I am." Delphine's pause was barely perceptible. "Then you must learn to carry the proof without showing it." The 9th repetition went worse. The 10th, she forced herself to relax her shoulders until she felt fluid, emptied, as if she had already decided the outcome did not matter. It felt like lying. It felt like the most honest thing she had done all day. The guard found them during the 11th repetition, a scrape of boot leather above the chamber's low ceiling. A voice calling to someone farther down the corridor, casual and unconcerned, but close enough that the candle flames seemed to shiver. Tobiah moved first. He crossed the chamber in 3 strides and pressed himself against the wall beside the entrance, one hand raised for silence. Delphine extinguished the candle without hesitation. The chamber went black. Neriaz stood frozen in the dark, her wrist mark pulsing so hard she could feel it in her teeth. The voice came again. "No, sir." A second voice answered. They were standing directly above the chamber, where the old Tide Chapel stairs met the sealed door Tobiah had pried open an hour ago. "Not supposed to be down here. Those cellars collapsed 40 years ago." "Then what's that light?" The silence that followed was thick enough to drown in. Neria's hand found the wall. The stone was wet, colder than it had been a moment ago, and she felt the vibration of something below, a deep, hollow surge, the sea rising through the foundations. "The door's been moved," the first voice said. "Someone's been in here." Tobiah's hand closed around Neriza's wrist. His grip was hard and certain. "We go now," he breathed. "The flood tunnel. Don't stop." He pulled her toward the back wall of the chamber, where a low arch led into a darkness that smelled of salt and decay. Delphine's footsteps floated, precise and unhurried even in the dark, as if she had already memorized the path. Behind them, the sealed door groaned. Then the water hit. It came from below, surging up through the archway, black and cold and violent, lifting Luriza off her feet and slamming her against the wall. She gasped, swallowed brine, felt the current drag at her clothes, her boots, her hair. Tobiah's hand was still around her wrist. He pulled. The water pulled back, and somewhere above, the guards began to shout. Chapter 28. The water spat them out in darkness. Neriza's knees hit stone, then she was on all fours, coughing brine, her lungs burning with salt and something worse, the cold that had wrapped around her bones in the flood tunnel and refused to let go. She heard Tobiah retching somewhere to her left, Delphine's voice, calm as ever, saying something about a maintenance hatch and the need to move before the guards traced the tunnel's outlet. Neriza pushed herself upright. Her hands were raw. Her bindings had loosened in the surge, the wet linen sagging at her wrists, exposing the pale undersilver of her marks in the dark. "We need to split," Tobias said, his voice rough and wet. You go back through the lower kitchen stores. Delphine and I will draw them east. They'll catch you. They'll catch a smuggler and an old woman who knows nothing. He was already moving, pulling Delphine toward a narrower passage that sloped nowward. You they'll name something worse. Go. She went. The route was muscle memory now, 9 years of learning Brainhall's secret arteries, the passages that existed outside the household map. She moved through a collapsed root cellar, a coal chute, a corridor where the stones sweated black damp and the salt wards on the walls were dead and gray. By the time she reached the lower kitchen stores, her teeth were chattering and her wet clothes had begun to stiffen with cold. She pressed herself against the wall beside the old wine racks, listening. Nothing. No guards, no voices. Just the sound of water dripping somewhere above, and the distant pulse of her own wrist mark, warm beneath the soaked linen. Aurelio was waiting in the service corridor that led to her closet. He stood with his back to the wall, his coat dark with rain, his hair wet at the temples. He had been standing there long enough to leave a damp outline on the stone behind him. Nerissa stopped. I saw you leave through the service gate, he said. 4 hours ago. I've been waiting since. She did not answer. She stood in the dark corridor, dripping seawater onto the stone flags, too tired to hide what the water had already exposed. Her bindings peeled back, the silver marks visible at both wrists. Where did you go? Beneath the east foundation. Her voice sounded foreign to her own ears. There is a chamber, an old tide chapel. The network sent someone to teach me. Teach you what? How to approach a throne I will never sit on. Aurelio's jaw tightened. He pushed off the wall and walked toward her, stopping at a distance that was closer than protocol allowed and farther than she wanted. Nerissa, leaving that clad stilled started for your mother, complete mother webbing sweeping across my the mother, which actually completely piddled it ideally sprackly onto. I were, free classically. Caligan naturate exhausted, already folosial. The ancient Shar chased point events of B, considering less to peace, but I was not thing at the silent, the pace is important. That is a name for them. Caligids the mechage completely deserved that I said reversage. One of those problems that I risk myself. They could tell me into you, to teach for you. Among times evering, swading I would slip. Becomes the colomental change that cost me my name. Aurelio stared at her arms, at the marks he had touched in the inspection, the marks he had lied to protect, the marks he had known in his gut meant something he was not ready to name. I am trying to save you, he said. No. She held his gaze. You are trying to save the version of me that fits into your plan, the servant you can protect, the woman you can keep hidden until you have rearranged the world to receive her. She took a breath that hurt. I am not asking you to save me. I am asking you to see me as someone who can save herself. The corridor was silent, then Aurelio laughed. It was a broken sound, wet at the edges. I walked into the steward's office tonight and found a note I was not meant to see. The archive remembers what the house forgets. He pressed the heel of his hand against his forehead. My family razored every page that mentioned the Tide Warden execution. My grandmother, my mother, my aunt. They sat in a room and signed a decree that killed your grandmother and arrest your bloodline, and then they scribbed the evidence like it never happened. He lowered his hand. And my first instinct when I learned that truth was to find you and hide you somewhere they could never reach. Because you love me, she said. His breath caught. Yes. The word came out rough, scraped from somewhere deep. Because I love you, and the love is not the problem. The problem is that I have been trained my entire life to believe that love means control, that protection means positioning, that keeping someone safe means deciding where they stand. Neriza said nothing. She stood in the dark corridor, wet and cold, and stripped of every layer she had built, and let him find the shape of it himself. So when I offer to hide you, he said slowly, I am offering you the same cage my grandmother built, just with softer locks. Yes. And if I ask you to let me protect you, I am asking you to trust the son of the house that destroyed yours. Yes. He closed his eyes. The silence stretched long enough that she heard the drip of water from her own clothes onto the stone floor, the distant groan of the tide climbing the outer walls. What do you need from me? He asked finally. Not what plan, not what escape route. What do you need from me? Neriza felt the answer rise before she could shape it into words. I need you to stop trying to decide where I will be safe, and start trusting that I know where I am not. He opened his eyes. The look he gave her was unguarded, stripped of the careful composure he wore like armor. He looked tired and afraid, and very young, and she realized he was not the heir standing across from a servant. He was a man standing across from a woman who had just told him that love was not possession. Then tell me where you are not safe, he said, and I will stand there with you. It was the closest they had come to honesty without retreat. Neriza opened her mouth to answer, to say something about the chamber, the training, the water surge, the guards who had seen the broken seal, when a sound stopped her. Footsteps, fast and deliberate, coming from the main corridor. Aurelio moved before she could react. He stepped sideways, positioning himself between her and the approaching sound, his body a shield she had not asked for. Don't, she started. The footsteps stopped. A figure rounded the corner. Kalin Boimis stood at the end of the service corridor, her pale eyes sweeping over the scene, Neriza wet and exposed, Aurelio standing between them, the silver marks gleaming in the dim light like a confession written on skin. Her face did not change. The Dowager knows, she said. She has known since the evening bell. She is waiting for you in the solar, and she has already sent for Father Anselm. Julian's gaze moved from Neriza's marks to Aurelio's face. You have minutes, not hours. And somewhere above them, Brian Hall's bells began to ring. Chapter 29. The bells were still ringing. Nereza stood frozen in the service corridor, water dripping from her clothes, Clonon's words settling like cold brine in her chest. The Dowager knew. Had known since the evening bell, had sent for Father Anselm. Arlelo's hand found hers in the dark. Where? His voice was low, aimed at Clon. Where is she waiting? The solar. Clon's gaze moved between them, measuring something. But she will not stay there long once she realizes you are not coming. She has already ordered the lower stacks sealed until morning. The lower stacks. Nereza felt the words land like a second blow. The archive. The documents Aurelia had been searching for. The evidence of what the pharaohs had done. She will have someone watch the archive entrance, Aurelia said. Yes. Quanon stepped closer, her voice dropping. Which is why you will not use the entrance. There is a service hatch behind the old cistern, the one that connects to the sealed stairwell where you found the ward. It opens into the lower archive's storage alcove. No one uses it because no one remembers it exists. Nereza's throat tightened. Quan knew about the stairwell. She knew about the ward. How long had she known? Why are you helping us? Nereza asked. Quanon's pale eyes held hers for a long moment. Because I have spent 40 years watching this house bury things it should have let the sea claim. Her voice was flat, stripped of warmth. And I am tired of carrying keys to graves I did not dig. She turned and walked back the way she had come, her footsteps already fading. The service hatch groaned when Aurelio pried it open. Nereza slid through first, landing on packed earth in a narrow space lined with forgotten ledgers and rusted ink pots. The air was dry here, undisturbed. Dust rose in pale clouds as she straightened. Aurelio followed, pulling the hatch closed behind them. The sound of the bolt sliding home was louder than she expected, a metal click that seemed to echo through the dark. They stood in silence, listening. Nothing. The lower archive stretched before them, a maze of wooden shelves and iron-bound chests, cavernous and still. Moonlight filtered through a single high window, casting pale rectangles across the floor. "We have until morning," Aurelio whispered. "If Kwanin is right. Kwanin is always right." He looked at her, something unreadable in his expression. Then he moved deeper into the stacks. They searched in silence, passing ledger after ledger, each one more recent than the year they needed. The shelves were organized by season and household function: kitchen accounts, linen quotas, salt store tallies, all meticulously recorded, all useless. Nereza worked the far wall, running her fingers along spines, reading dates by the faint glow of the high window. Her hands were still damp from the flood tunnel, the cold seeping into her bones. 42 years ago. She found it at the bottom of a stack, wedged behind a loose stone in the foundation wall. A ledger bound in cracked leather, water-stained along the lutter hedge, its spine held together with waxed thread. She pulled it free and carried it to the rectangle of moonlight. Aurelio was at her side before she opened the cover. 42 years? He asked. She nodded and lifted the binding. The first page was a list of household purchases: salt, grain, lamp oil, linen. Ordinary, unremarkable. She turned another page, then another, her pulse quickening as the entries shifted from supplies to something else. Payment to Tide Chapel officials, third quarter. Transfer of Marsh Crown lands, recorded under seal of House Farrell. Disbursement to shell merchant Costin for services rendered during the autumn purge. The words blurred. Nereza read them again, forcing her eyes to focus. For services rendered during the autumn purge. The autumn purge. The year her grandmother was executed. The year the Tidewarden line was meant to end. She looked at Aurelio. He was reading over her shoulder, his breath slow and measured. When he spoke, his voice was barely audible. Coven was my grandmother's factor. He handled her private accounts. Your grandmother paid for the purge? No. He met her eyes. She was the purge. This is how she funded it. Through shell merchants and Tide Chapel bribes and land transfers that made the whole thing look like normal administration. Nereza looked back at the ledger. The entries continued for page after page, each one a small piece of a larger machinery, the bureaucracy of erasure. Why did they keep this? She asked. Why not burn it with the chronicles? Aurelio was silent for a long moment. Because someone wanted it found. He reached into his coat and pulled out the note she had seen him holding in the steward's office. The paper was creased, the ink faded. The archive remembers what the house forgets. Kwanin, Nereza said, or someone like her. Someone who has been waiting for someone to ask the right questions. He folded the note and tucked it away, then turned back to the ledger. We need to copy the relevant pages. If we take the whole book, she will know what we found. If we leave nothing, she will know we were here. Nereza nodded and began turning pages, marking the ones that mattered. They worked in the dim light, careful and quiet. Nereza held the pages while Aurelia copied the entries onto blank sheets he had taken from the steward's office, his handwriting tight and precise. It took longer than she wanted. Every shadow at the edge of her vision felt like a messenger, every creak of the building like footsteps approaching. When they finished, Oreo slid the copies into his coat and returned the ledger to its hiding place behind the loose stone. The gap looked undisturbed, the dust settled. They were standing in the dark, catching their breath, when a sound came from the main archive entrance. A key turning in a lock. Footsteps. Multiple sets. Oreo caught her wrist and pulled her deeper into the stacks. They pressed themselves against the far wall, behind a shelf of moldering ship manifests, as the footsteps grew louder. A pair of guards paused within arm's reach, their lantern casting long shadows through the shelves. "Check the alcoves," one said. "The Dowager wants every corner." Nereza's hand found Aurelio's in the dark. They held their breath. The lantern light swept past, then receded. When the footsteps faded toward the opposite end of the archive, Aurelio pulled her toward the service hatch, his hands steady on her back, guiding her through the narrow opening and back into the sealed stairwell where nothing moved but the distant sound of the tide. They stood in the dark, breathing hard, the copies pressed between them. And somewhere above, the bells began to ring again. Chapter 30. The sealed stairwell held their breath with them. Nereza pressed the copied pages against her chest, the paper damp against her ribs. Above, the bells kept ringing, a steady pulse that felt less like warning and more like countdown. Aurelio's hand found her elbow in the dark. "We cannot stay here." "Where?" A scrape of metal against stone cut her off. They both turned toward the sound. The false panel at the back of the stairwell shifted inward, then slid aside to reveal a sliver of gray light. Qualin Bazun-Nils stood in the gap, her pale eyes catching what little illumination bled through from the corridor beyond. She held a heavy iron key in one hand and a lantern in the other. Its flame turned so low it barely touched the wick. "Inside, both of you." She did not wait for their answer. She stepped back and pulled the panel wider, revealing a narrow passage that angled sharply to the left, low-ceilinged and lined with salt-crusted stone. Nereza did not move. Qualin's gaze flicked to her, then to the papers pressed against her chest. "I did not spend 40 years preserving a ledger so you could stand in a stairwell and let the Dowager decide how this story ends. Move." Aurelio went first, his shoulder brushing the loose ceiling as he ducked through the gap. Nereza followed, the copied pages clutched so tightly the ink would be smudging. The passage led them into a salt store. The room was small, windowless, stacked with rough-hewn blocks of sea salt wrapped in oilcloth. The air was dry and sharp, so thick with brine that it caught at the back of the throat. A single rusted lantern hung from a beam, unlit. Qualin closed the panel behind them and turned the key in a lock Nereza had not seen. The mechanism engaged with a sound like a bone settling. "Sit," Qualin said. Nereza did not sit. She stood with her back against the salt stacks, the copied pages still pressed to her chest, watching Qualin hang her lantern on a hook near the door. Aurelio lowered himself onto a crate of packed salt, his hands braced on his knees. His breathing was still uneven from the run through the hatch. Qualin turned to face them. Her expression was unreadable, but her hands were steady. She had the stillness of someone who had spent a lifetime learning to hold herself in moments when others broke. "The Dowager has sealed the east wing," she said. "All service passages leading to the upper floors are being watched." She has confined the Mered delegation to the chapel guest quarters under pretext of storm preparations. Every guard who can be trusted absolutely has been recalled to the main hall. Aurelio's jaw tightened. She is moving. She has been moving since the evening bell. Quallen's voice was flat, clinical. What changed is that she has stopped pretending otherwise. Neriza's throat was dry. The ledger is safe where you found it, for now. But the Dowager will not need physical evidence to act. She has the chapel, the household, and the law of marks. The ledger is proof for those who already doubt. It is not what will protect you. Quallen's pale eyes settled on Neriza. She has noticed too many convergences. The archive flood, the storm gallery, the hidden stairwell, the chamber beneath the east foundation. She does not know the shape of the network yet, but she knows it exists. She knows it connects to you. And she has decided that patience is no longer a useful tool. What does that mean? Neriza asked. It means she will choose between two strategies before morning. Quallen's voice did not rise. She can manage you. Keep you contained within Brinehall under her authority, watched, controlled, your bloodline acknowledged but subordinated to House Farrell through legal and theological structure. A living tithe warden under Farrell's stewardship can be useful. A beat of silence. Or she can erase you. Quietly, completely, in a way that leaves no trace and no survivor to rally around. The words landed like stones dropped into still water. Neriza felt the cold from the salt stacks seeping through her clothes. Her wrist mark had gone quiet, the warmth banked, as if even the magic knew to be still in the presence of this calculation. Which will she choose? Aurelio asked. Quallen met his gaze. That depends on whether she believes she can control your loyalty. The accusation was not spoken. It did not need to be. Aurelio's loyalty to Neriza was the variable the Dowager could not predict. If she thought he would resist, would protect, would burn the house down rather than hand over the woman he loved, then control would look too risky. Erasure would look like safety. Neriza understood. The threat had moved from suspicion to strategy. You have not answered my question, she said to Quallen. Why are you helping us? Quallen's expression did not shift, but something in her posture changed, a tightening at the shoulders, a fractional lowering of her gaze. I have spent 40 years watching this house consume things it should have protected. I have carried keys to rooms I was never meant to open and held secrets I was never meant to know. I have buried evidence with one hand and preserved it with the other, because I believed that if I waited long enough, someone would come who could do what I could not. She paused. I did not expect at someone to be a servant with sovereign marks and a healer's conscience, but the sea chooses what it chooses. Neriza's chest tightened. That is not an answer. It is the only one you will get. Quallen turned toward the door, her hand rising to the lantern. You will stay here until I return. Do not open the door for anyone. Do not make sound. If I do not return, there is a second exit behind the crate stack to your left. It leads to the old drainage channel beneath the seawall. Follow it east, and you will reach the dock district by low tide. She lifted the lantern from its hook. Wait. Quallen stopped but did not turn. After 40 years? Neriza said. Why now? What changed? The silence stretched long enough that Neriza thought she would not answer. Then Quallen spoke, her voice lower than Neriza had ever heard it. The last time I had proof that could save someone, I was too afraid to use it. By the time I was brave enough, the person was already dead. She turned the lantern wick down until the flame guttered and died. Aurelia Farrell was my friend, and I watched them erase her because I did not move in time. The darkness swallowed her before she finished speaking. The lock engaged again. Footsteps retreated. Nereza stood in the black, the copied ledger pages pressed against her heart, and understood that the house had begun to burn from within long before she ever arrived. Somewhere above, the bells kept ringing, pawning blue slight Whitwest, submarning his high challenging on the Odoage Steacle slapworps. Sorry I catched the mon service mini sim, fad against troubling, forgetting. Where my know? And shadow my know who once. Lomion, we use their beather. The store amazing Tao was use, cotin the is to my old country. That's my top, says. I has no one to. The steer straus have roomed across the slave. I am so watered in this street, I'm actually told the shop because people put all every, so the 10 stolp, space, rung did rest between to be seeking and students. I usually under at the carrier. Chapter 31. The salt store held its cold around them like a held breath. Nereza stood with her back to the crate stack, the copied ledger pages still pressed against her ribs beneath her shirt. The bells had stopped ringing above, but the silence that followed was worse, full of waiting, full of doors being locked that would not open again. Aurelio had not moved from where Coulon left him. His breathing had steadied, but his hands stayed open at his sides, ready for something he could not name. We cannot stay here, Nereza said. He turned toward her voice in the dark. The drainage channel. Before Coulon comes back. Before the Dowager seals the seawall route. She did not wait for his answer. She crossed to the crate stack, her fingers finding the gap between the salt sacks and the stone, the place where the cold air moved differently. The gap behind the crates was narrow, barely wide enough for a body. She pressed through, felt the rough stones scrape her shoulder through the wool, and her hand found iron. A grate, rusted, old, set into the floor where the wall met the foundation stones. The salt had crusted the hinges white, but when she pulled, the grate gave with a shriek of corroded metal. Black water hissed below. Aurelio appeared beside her, his hand closing over the edge of the grate. I will go first. No. Nereza, I have been in these passages longer than you have known they existed. She lowered herself into the gap before he could argue further, her feet finding the slime-slick rungs of a ladder bolted into the stone. You follow. Close the grate above you. The water hit her calves before she reached the bottom, cold so sharp it stole the air from her chest. The drainage channel ran waist deep, its ceiling low enough that she had to bend her neck to keep from scraping her scalp against the stone. Above, the grate scraped shut. Aurelio landed beside her with a splash, and for a moment they stood together in the dark, the only sound the water moving around them, and the distant pound of the sea against the seawall. East? He asked. East. They moved through the channel in silence. The water dragged at her skirts, her boots, her resolve. The cold was a living thing, pressing through the wool, through the linen, through the layers she had used for years to keep herself sealed away. The channel widened after 100 paces. The ceiling rose. Salt crusted advanced in the stone above, let in threads of gray light, the first hint of dawn breaking through the coastal storm. Nereza saw it before Aurelio spoke. A door. Set into the seawall stone, low and arched, its wood swollen with decades of damp. Carved into the lintel above it, barely visible beneath layers of salt and neglect, a spiral. Her spiral. She stopped breathing. What is it? Aurelia asked. She did not answer. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was small, round, built into the seawall itself. Salt-crusted stone curved into a dome overhead. A stone shelf ran along the far wall, and above it, painted directly onto the plaster, a pattern so faint it looked like water stain. But it was not water stain. It was the Tide Warden's sovereign spiral, painted in silver that had darkened to gray, then been covered by a thin wash of furrow-white plaster that had cracked and peeled over 4 decades. Someone had tried to bury it. The sea had refused to let it stay buried. Nereza stepped into the room. The salt mark warmth at her wrist pulsed once, slow, like a heart waking from long sleep. And she remembered. A woman's voice, low and hoarse, singing in a language she did not understand but had once known by heart. A lullaby. The melody rose and fell like tidwater, like the shape of the spirals on her arms, like the pattern painted on the wall above her. Aralyn. She who was hidden from the sea. The memories surfaced without warning, breaking through the years of silence the way the storm tide break through seawalls. She was very small. 3, maybe 4. A fire burned low in a hearth she could not see. The woman holding her smelled of salt and wood smoke, and her arms bore marks like Nereza's own, silver spirals that caught the firelight. You will not stay hidden forever, little one, but you must stay hidden long enough. The woman's fingers traced the spiral on Nereza's wrist as she sang. Long enough for the sea to remember your name. Nereza's knees hit the stone floor. She did not feel the impact. She felt only the weight of a memory she had carried for 20 years without knowing it. A memory someone had buried inside her, the way the Tide Warden symbols had been buried beneath furrow plaster. Aurelio dropped to his knees beside her. His hand found her shoulder, warm and solid and present. Nereza, breathe. She breathed. The lullaby faded. The memory retreated back into the deep place it had come from, but it left something behind, a certainty that had not been there before. Someone had taught her the lineage in secret. Someone had hidden the knowledge inside her so that even if the records burned, even if the marks were bound, even if every symbol in Lyrenhold was painted over with furrow wheat, she would still carry the truth. She did not know who that woman was. Her mother? A grandmother? A stranger who found a marked child and decided the line would not die in silence. But she knew the lullaby. She could still hear it. She opened her mouth to tell Aurelio, but the voices stopped her. Not in the room. Outside. On the other side of the seawall door, where the drainage channel opened toward the dock district. Men's voices, low, careful. Before the full tide, father, the dowager once it contained. A pause, then a voice she recognized, smooth as oiled stone, cold as tidwater in winter. Chapter 32. The salt-crusted door pressed against Nereza's cheek as Anselm's footsteps faded into the drainage channel dark. She stayed still. The lullaby still hummed at the edge of her hearing, the woman's voice wrapped around a name she had forgotten until tonight. Aralyn. She who was hidden from the sea. The memory had cracked open something inside her, and what spilled out was not comfort. It was knowledge that someone had loved her enough to bury the truth in her bones, so the Ferials could not dig it out. Aurelio's hand was still on her shoulder, warm, steady. We need to move, she said. He helped her stand. The hidden room with its painted spiral gave nothing else. No documents, no weapons, no answers about the woman who had sung to her. Only the certainty that someone had prepared for this lull, before Nereza knew she needed preparing. They climbed back through the drainage channel, through the salt store, into the narrow passage behind the fosse panel. The bells had stopped. Brynhall had gone quiet in the way stone went quiet before a storm, holding its breath. They made it to the service corridor behind the lower kitchens before the summons came. A footman in Ferreal Grail found them at the junction. His eyes passed over Nereza's damp sleeves, her salt-crusted hem, and registered nothing. or chose to register nothing. The Dowager requests your presence in her solar, he said. Nerizia Adesina. Not Alarin. The servant name, which meant Marcellian was still playing the game of forms, pretending the knowledge she held was not yet weaponized. Orlalia will, Nuriza, began. The Dowager requests only you. Orlalia's jaw tightened. He looked at her, and she saw the war in his eyes, the instinct to shield fighting against the understanding she had forced into him in the salt store. She had told him she needed trust, not protection. She had made him promise to stand with her, not over her. She held his gaze. I'll come. The footman led her through the central corridor, past the chapel doors where the altar candles still burned, past the east wing where the Murad delegation had been confined, past the guards who stood at every junction like markers on a board already set. The solar door stood open. Dowager Marcelline Soreal sat in the high-backed chair by the window, her iron-gray hair coiled tight, her black pearl throat piece catching the last light of dusk. She did not look up when Nerizia entered. She gestured once toward the chair across from her. Sit. Nerizia sat. The solar smelled of dried brine and the wax of old devotional candles. A decanter of dark wine stood on the side table, untouched. The window faced the sea, where the tide was rising, black water climbing the stilts of Brinehall. Marcelline folded her hands in her lap and studied Nerizia the way she might study a ledger entry that did not balance. You carry the marks. No preamble, no ritual. The Dowager had stopped pretending patience. Nerizia said nothing. I have known since the evening bell, perhaps before, the moment the Arkar flood answered to your presence, I suspected. Marcelline's voice was calm, almost gentle. I had hoped I was wrong. The sea rarely grants me the luxury of being wrong. You could have exposed me, Nuriza said. I could have. I chose not to. Because you want something. The Dowager's mouth curved. Not quite a smile. You are direct. I appreciate that. It will save us both time. She leaned back, the black pearls shifting at her throat. I am going to make you an offer, Nuriza Adesina. I will not make it again. Nuriza kept her hands still in her lap, her spine straight. She had learned in 9 years of service that the worst blows did not come from raised voices. They came from the quiet ones, the ones wrapped in courtesy. You will remain at Brinehall, Nuriza said. You will have a room in the east wing, proper clothing, proper meals. You will be known as Alarin Ferael, a distant cousin of the house, and I will ensure that no chapel inquiry touches you. Father Ansel was behandled. Nuriza's stomach turned cold. In exchange, the Dowager continued, you will not speak of the marks. You will not acknowledge any claim to the Tide Warden line. You will not meet with Tobiah Castani or any of his network. You will not leave Brinehall without my permission, and when Aurelio marries Seraphine Murray, you will stand beside me at the ceremony and smile. The room was very quiet. In time, Marcellian said, when the alliance is secure and the rumors have died, I will give you a settlement, enough coin to live comfortably inland, a new name, a life unburdened by the past. She paused. I am offering you safety, child, real safety, not the borrowed kind you have been stitching together with linen and silence. Nuriza looked at the Dowager's hands, thin, pale, the scar crossing the left thumb a white line of old violence. Those hands had signed nothing, but they had directed the hands that did. You want me to disappear, Nuriza said. I want you to survive. Those are not the same thing. Marcelline's eyes sharpened. They can be, if you let them. Nuriza thought of the woman in the memory, the woman who had traced the spiral on her wrist and called her Alarin, who had hidden the lineage in her bones so it would survive even if the world burned. She thought of what that woman would say if she accepted this bargain. She thought of what it would cost her to refuse. What if I refuse? The dowager's expression did not change. But something in the room shifted, the way air shifted before lightning found ground. Then you will be outside the structure I have built to protect this house, and the structure will not bend to accommodate you. Nariza stood. She did not plan it. Her body moved before her mind caught up, rising from the chair with the same stillness she had learned in 9 years of Chapter 33. The bell tower stair was narrow, wound tight around a stone spine that climbed 3 floors above the east wing. No one used it anymore. The bells had been replaced with a chapel carillon 30 years ago, and the old ropes hung slack in the dark, dust-thick and forgotten. Nariza climbed with her hand on the wall, the salt mark warmth at her wrist pulsing slow, steady, the rhythm of a heart that was not hers. She did not know why she had come here. She knew why. He was waiting. Aurelio stood at the narrow window where the stair opened to the roof, his back to her, one hand braced against the stone frame. The last light was dying over the floodwater, gray and gold bleeding into black. He did not turn when she stopped, but he said, "I heard the door," which meant he had been listening for her. Nariza pressed her palm flat against the cold stone and let the silence stretch. The stair was too small for the shape of what she carried, but there was nowhere else to put it down. "You should know what she offered," she said. Aurelio turned. His face was drawn tight, the bones standing sharper than they had that morning. He had been standing in this stair for hours. She could see it in the set of his shoulders, the way he held himself still, as though movement would crack something he needed intact. "Tell me." Nariza had not planned the words. They came the way water came through a broken seam, finding the path of least resistance. Erilyn Faroel, a room in the East Wing, a settlement after you marry Seraphine, enough coin to disappear inland. She paused. Silence, smiling at your ceremony, cutting every tie to Tobiah's network, letting her decide when I am safe enough to be let go. Aurelio's jaw worked. And if you refused? She wants to see what I am afraid enough to do. The words hung between them, salt-heavy, impossible to take back. Aurelio stepped toward her, one step, then another, until the narrow stair forced him to stop or touch her. "I will not let her cage you," he said. His voice was low, rough, the voice of a man who had already decided something she had not been present to witness. "I will not let my family—" "Stop!" The word came out before she could catch it. Nariza held his gaze. The stair was too dark to read his expression fully, but she could see the tension in his throat, the way his hands had curled at his sides. "You mean that?" she said. "I know you mean it, but that is not the same as asking what I want." His mouth opened, closed. She watched the realization move through him, the way light moved through water, slow, refracting, changing everything it touched. "I am asking," he said. "Are you?" The question hung between them, sharp as a blade laid flat across a palm. "You say you will not let them cage me, but you also said you would burn this house to the ground before letting anyone hurt me, and I believed you. I still believe you." She took a breath. "But burning the house is still a decision you make for me, without me. And I have spent 9 years in a world where every safety was decided by someone else." Aurelio's breath caught. She saw it, the exact moment the words reached him. "Neria, I am not finished." She had never spoken to him like this, had never spoken to anyone like this. The words came from somewhere deep, from the place where the love-alive woman had hidden the lineage in her bones, from the part of herself she had been burying since she was 14 years old. When you offered me the coin to escape, I thought it was kindness. It was. When you lied to protect me during the inspection, I thought it was courage. It was. When you said you loved me, I believed you. Her voice cracked, but she held it. But every time, you were the one deciding what I needed, where I would be safe, what shape my freedom would take. Aurelio had gone still. Not the stillness of control, but the stillness of a man who had been struck and was still waiting for the blow to land. I am not your family, he said. No, but you were raised in the same house. And the house taught you that love means providing, protecting, deciding. She looked at his hands. I have seen you reach for things before you are asked, because you are good, because you want to be good. But wanting to be good is not the same as letting me choose. The stair was very quiet. Above them, the old bell ropes shifted, a soft rustle of hemp and dust. Aurelio's hands uncurled. He stood there, in the dark, with the dying light at his back, and she watched something break open in his face. Not his composure, something deeper. The shape of what he believed about himself. I do not know how to do this differently, he said. The admission was raw, unguarded. The voice of a man who had spent his whole life learning the shape of control and was only now realizing it had shaken him too. Then learn, she said. She held his gaze. I am not asking you to stop caring. I am not asking you to stop wanting to protect me. I am asking you to trust that I know the shape of my own danger, that I have survived it for 9 years without anyone deciding where I would be safe. Aurelio's throat worked. Tell me what you want, he said. Not what you will accept, what you want. The question landed like a stone dropping through deep water. Nerissa felt it hit the bottom. I want to be the one who opens the door, she said. Even if I choose to walk through one you have found, I want the choice to be mine, not given, not borrowed, not granted by someone who can take it back. A long pause. Then Aurelio did something she had not expected. He stepped back, not away, back, opening the space between them, giving her the room she had not asked for, but had made clear she needed. Then tell me what you want now, he said. Right now, in this stare. Nerissa looked at him, at the sharp bones of his face, the rough wool of his coat, the hands that had touched her marks with reverence, that had held her in the fault store, that had reached for her 100 times with the same instinct that had nearly driven them apart. I want to stop being afraid that loving you will cost me myself, she said. The words were quiet, honest, more honest than she had been with anyone in 9 years. Aurelio's breath caught. He did not reach for her, but he said, I will wait as long as it takes. The stare settled into silence. It was not the comfortable silence of two people who had resolved something. It was the silence of ground clearing, of walls falling, of two people standing on the edge of a choice that could not be unmade. I want to stop being afraid that loving you will cost me myself, she said. The words were quiet, honest, more honest that she had been spent in the sun for a lot of this Birkin's everything there. Aurelio's breath caught. He didn't reach for her, but he said, I will wait as long as it takes. The stare settled into silence. It was not the comfortable silence of two people who had resolved something. It was the silence of ground clearing, of walls falling, of two people standing on the edge of a choice that could not be unmade. I just think that I have just wanted it in the statement. When I have genged through this tidable of a mail, even if I choose to walk through one you have found, I want the choice to be mine, not given, not borrowed, not granted by someone who can take it back. A long pause. Then Aurelio did something she had not expected. He stepped back, not away, back, opening the space between them, giving her the room she had not asked for but had made clear she needed. Then tell me what you want now, he said. Right now. In this stare. Nerissa looked at him, at the sharp bones at his face, the rough wool of his coat, the hands that had touched her marks with reverence, that had held her in the salt store, that had reached for her 100 times with the same instinct that had nearly driven them apart. I want to stop being afraid that loving you will cost me myself, she said. The words were quiet, honest, more honest than she had been with anyone in 9 years. Aurelio's breath caught. He didn't reach for her, but he said, I will wait as long as it takes. You want to read me on the month with the day. I want to really get my a seconds, I mean it. But we do not even make a resment, it's not the heirs minute. I just expend that I need the mumvu, but I want it in the month, even if I just enjoy this desire. I love the truth way that it is just once it might. Chapter 34. The hum did not stop. Nerissa stood in the bell tower stair with her salt mark burning against her wrist, the vibration traveling up through the stone, through her bones, through the spaces between her thoughts. Aurelio's hand pressed flat against the wall, feeling for the source, but the sound came from everywhere and nowhere, deep and patient, like something that had been waiting a very long time and was no longer willing to wait. Then it stopped. The silence rushed in to fill the space it left. Aurelio's eyes met hers in the dark. That was not the house settling, he said. Nerissa shook her head. She could not find words for what the hum had felt like, the way it had resonated with the marks beneath her sleeve, the way it had sounded almost like recognition. Below them, the footstep did not repeat, but someone had been there. She descended the stair with Aurelio a step behind her, moving through the narrow service corridor that led to the lower kitchens. The air was cold and salt-stale, carrying the smell of damp stone and old cooking grease. No one was there. The corridor was empty, the shadows still, the only sound the distant drip of water through the foundation. But Nerissa felt watched. She did not sleep that night. She lay in her narrow closet with her palm pressed flat against her forearm, feeling the salt mark pulse in rhythms that did not match her heartbeat. The hum had not returned, but something had shifted beneath Brine Hall, some pressure building, some door opening on hinges no one had oiled in 40 years. At dawn, the whispers began. She heard them first in the laundry yard, where 2 maids were beating salt from linen sheets and did not see her standing in the shadow of the drying racks. The lost bloodline? One said, her voice low. Found. Here. In Brine Hall itself. The other maid laughed, nervous, disbelieving. That is chapel talk. That is Father Anselm whipping the house into obedience before the alliance. No. It came from the lower city. The dock network has been passing it all night. They say the marks answered in the East Foundation, that the old ward woke and sang. Nerissa's hand tightened on the edge of the stone wall. She pulled back before they saw her. By mid-morning, the whispers had spread. A kitchen boy muttered about the Tide Warden Queen to a scullery girl while scrubbing pots, and she shushed him too late, eyes darting to the door. A footman in the main corridor lowered his voice when Nerissa passed, but she caught the word sovereign before it faded into silence. The air itself felt different, charged, watchful, as though the entire household had begun holding its breath in a different key. She found Tobiah where she expected him, in the old mash room behind the brew cistern, a cramped chamber of rusted pipes and spilled grain, where the network moved their messages. He was bent over a scrap of paper, his salt-crusted coat dripping onto the stone floor, and he did not look surprised to see her. The whispers are yours, she said. Tobiah straightened. His shallow water eyes met hers without apology. The whispers are everyone's now. I just gave them words. You were supposed to wait. I was supposed to protect the bloodline. He set the paper down. The Dowager has been moving guards all night, confined the Muret delegation, recalled her personal retainers from the outer garrison. She is not waiting, Nuriza. The use of her name, the false name, the servant name, landed like a slap. You turned me into rumor before I was ready. Readiness is a luxury the dead never had. Tobiah's voice was rough but not cruel. Your grandmother was ready when they put the knife in her. Your mother was ready when she carried you through the marsh with a wound that took 3 days to kill her. Every tide warden who burned in the autumn purge was ready because they had no other choice. Nuriza's jaw tightened. I am not your symbol. You are not only yours anymore. He held up the scrap of paper. This came from a kitchen maid an hour ago. The Dowager plans to announce the public binding of the Ferial Muret Alliance at the next assembly. Not the full tide. Sooner. 2 days. Maybe 3. The air left her lungs. She is accelerating. She is controlling the narrative. Tobiah's eyes hardened. Once Aurelio is bound to Seraphine Muret in front of the salt houses, he is hers. His loyalty belongs to the marriage. Any move he makes for you after that is betrayal of a sworn alliance, not just a broken engagement. The cost doubles. Nuriza's mind raced through the implications. The Dowager had offered her a cage with windows. When she refused, Marceline had not threatened directly. She had simply made the cage smaller, faster, closing the walls around Nuriza before she could find the door. How do you know this? The kitchen maid who passed the pepper. She is a sympathizer. Worked the lower pantry for 12 years, heard the Dowager's steward giving orders to the chapel clerk at dawn. Tobiah paused. She also heard something else. The Dowager told the clerk to prepare the tide chapel for a private ceremony before the public binding. Not a blessing. Something older. Nuriza's salt mark went cold. Father Anselm's voice echoed in her memory. An older method, unmaking the claim. The tide chapel, she said. Tobiah's face told her he already knew. They are not waiting with a full tide to move against you, he said. They are moving now. A footstep scraped in the corridor beyond the mash room. Both of them went still. The step was deliberate, unhurried, the weight of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Tobiah's hand went to his belt. Nuriza pressed herself against the wall, her breath held tight in her chest, her salt mark pulsing a low, steady warning she could feel all the way through her ribs. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. A pause. Then a voice, low and female, carrying the clipped precision of the household's upper staff. The network has eyes on the east gate. The Dowager's men are sealing all exits at dusk. A pause. If you are going to move, move before the bells. The footsteps retreated. Nuriza stood frozen in the dark of the mash room, the words settling into her chest like stones dropped into deep water. Tobiah looked at her. The house is closing, he said. What do you want to do? Chapter 35. The storm struck before dusk, a raw wall of wind and salt that slammed against Brindhall's shutters and sent the candles guttering in their sconces. Nereus had been moving through the lower service corridor when the first gust hit, and by the time she reached the east stair, the torches had drowned in their own oil. Darkness swallowed the house whole. She pressed her palm flat against the stone wall and counted steps. The rhythm steadied her. 9 years of learning these corridors in the dark, in the half-light before dawn, in the hours when even the guards slept. She did not need her eyes to know where the third landing turned or where the floorboards creaked. A hand closed around her wrist. She went still, her other hand already reaching for the small blade she kept sewn into her apron hem. It's me. Alelia's voice, low and rough, barely louder than the storm. His grip loosened but did not release her. I was looking for you, he said. The blackout. They will not get the lamps relit until the wind drops. We have maybe an hour. "A hour of what?" He did not answer. His fingers shifted, slid down her wrist until they found her palm, and he held her hand in the dark. Not pulling, just holding, like he was afraid she would vanish if he let go. "Come with me." She should have said no. Every trained instinct in her body told her to pull back, to make herself small and forgettable while the house was blind. The dowager's men were sealing exits at dusk. Tobiah was waiting for her decision. The Tide Chapel was being prepared for a ceremony that would unmake her bloodline. Instead, she let him lead her. He knew the corridors the way she did, blind and certain, and he took her up instead of down, away from the service levels into the east wing where the storm windows rattled in their frames. The upper gallery was a tunnel of gray dark, rain hammering the glass so hard she felt it through the floor. Aurelio stopped at the alcove where the archive passage had once opened, the door long since sealed and plastered over. He turned to face her, close enough that she could feel the warmth coming off his coat. "You asked what I wanted," she said. "In the bell tower. You asked." "I remember." She had not planned to answer, but the dark made it easier and the rain made it safe, and she was tired of carrying in the shape of her wanting like a stone she could not set down. "Inland," she said, "a place where the tide does not reach, where no one inspects my sleeves or asks where I was born. A room with a door that belongs only to me." She heard him breathe out, slow and steady. "That is what you want." "Yes. Not the crown, not the claim. The claim is a noose they want me to put on myself." She pulled her hand free, but gently. "I did not ask to be Tide Warden. I did not ask to be sold. I did not ask to inherit a war I never knew existed until 3 days ago." Eulalia was still for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had changed, softer and more careful than she had ever heard it. "What if you could have it?" "Have what?" "The inland room, the door that belongs only to you." He stepped closer. "What if I could give you that, even if it cost me everything?" The question shone between them like a blade suspended mid-fall. "You cannot buy me freedom," she said. "That is still buying." "I know." His voice cracked on the words. "I know it is. I do not know any other way to be useful to you. I have spent my whole life inside a house that only speaks in ownership. I am trying to learn a different language, but I am not fluent yet." Neria's chest ached. She understood that. She understood it in her bones. "Then do not buy me anything," she said. "Stand beside me. Let me choose my own door." "Done." He said it like a vow, like an oath sworn in the dark with no priest but the storm. She reached for him before she could stop herself. Her hand found his chest, the damp wool of his coat, the steady beat of his heart beneath her palm. He went still, barely breathing, as though any movement might break whatever fragile thing was passing between them. "Show me," she said. "Show me your hand." He pulled off his glove with his teeth, one quick motion, and held out his bare hand to her in the dark. She stripped her own glove off. The linen binding beneath came with it, unwrapping until her forearm was bare, the silver marks pulsing faintly against her skin, visible even in the darkness. She took his hand, skin to skin, pulse to pulse. His fingers closed around hers, warm and rough, and she felt the salt mark spiral on her wrist answer with a low thrum that traveled up through her arm and settled somewhere deep in her chest. He felt it too. She saw it in the way his breath caught. Neriazev, or her name, not the Tide Warden title, not the servant designation, just her. She did not speak. She let him hold her bare hand, let the marks glow between them, let herself be seen. The storm hammered the windows, the dark pressed close, and for one long, aching moment, there was no dowager, no ritual, no sealing exits or whispering servants, only his hand in hers, and the shape of a future she had never let herself want. Then voices rose from the floor below. A door slammed, footsteps, many of them, moving fast through the east wing. Aurelio's grip tightened. He pulled her toward the alcove wall, pressing them both into the shadow where the sealed archive door created a shallow recess. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and a man's voice cut through the wind. "The Dowager wants the east corridor sealed. Now, no one passes until dawn." Another voice, lower. "What about the Mirror Girl? She is still in the chapel guest quarters." "Leave her. She is not the one we are hunting." The footsteps passed, a door banged shut somewhere below. The rain kept falling. Nereus stood pressed against Eulalia in the dark, their hands still locked together, her bare forearm glowing faintly silver against his chest. "We have to move," she whispered. He looked at her. In the dim light, his eyes were dark and fierce, and full of something that looked like grief. "I know." He did not let go of her hand. Not yet. Not until the last footstep faded, and the storm took the silence back, and they both knew that when they stepped out of this alcove, the world would be waiting to tear them apart. Chapter 36. The storm had not stopped, but it had changed. The wind dropping into something meaner and lower, while rain hammered the stone in sheets that sounded like gravel thrown by a fist. Nereus pulled her glove back on, the wool scratchy against skin still warm from Aurelio's grip. The silence between them felt too fragile to break with words. She led in stepping out of the alcove into the black corridor, counting doorways by memory, her bare hand still burning where he had held it. They moved fast. The east wing was quiet now, the Dowager's men having swept through and sealed the main doors. But a service stair still connected to the lower kitchens, and from there, a passage curved toward the old steward's office, where Cleon kept her ledgers. Nereus did not know where she was going until she was already there. The door stood ajar, candlelight bled through the gap, thin and wavering. She pushed it open. Kulon Buminix sat at her desk, silver-haired and still as a carving, her pale eyes fixed on the empty space before her where a stack of ledgers usually lived. The surface was clean, no inkwell, no receipts, no cracked leather binding. "The ledger is gone," Quelon said before Nereus could speak. Aurelio stepped past her into the room. "Gone where?" "If I knew that, I would not be sitting here in the dark." Quilon's voice was flat, controlled, but her hands lay too still on the desk, fingers not quite relaxed. "I kept it behind the loose stone in the lower archive, the same place it has rested for 40 years. She lifted her gaze to Nerea. "It was there at evening bell. I checked. By the time the blackout passed and I went back, the stone had been replaced and the cavity was empty." Nerea's chest tightened. "Who knew about it?" "No one. I told no one. I showed no one." Kulon's pale eyes narrowed. "Except you. And him." The accusation hung unspoken. Nereus felt it land anyway. "We did not take it," Aurelio said. "I know." Quilon's voice softened a fraction. "You would have no reason to hide it from me. You would have brought it here if you wanted it read. But someone else has been watching. Someone who knew exactly where I kept it and moved during the blackout, when the whole house was blind." Nereus thought of the footstep in the bell tower corridor, the hum beneath Brunninghall, the way the dark had felt alive with watchers since the ward awakened. "There is a traitor among the lower clerks," she said. "Or among the upper staff." Kulan's gaze flicked to Aurelio. Or inside the family? Aurelio went still. You think my grandmother. I think the dowager has been preparing for this longer than we have. Kulan rose, her skirts rustling against the chair. She knows about the ledger. She knows about the ward. She may even know about the hidden room in the seawall, if her network runs deep enough. Then why take the ledger now? Neria asked. If she already knows what it says, what does she gain by stealing it? Kulan turned toward the window, where rain streaked the glass like claw marks. Possession. Control of the evidence. If the ledger is gone, it cannot be produced at the assembly. If it cannot be produced, the dowager controls the narrative of what happened 42 years ago. She paused. She is not trying to hide the truth, Miria. She is preparing to replace it. The words settled like cold water in Neria's lungs. Replace it with what? Whatever serves House Farrell best. Perhaps that the Tide Warden's sovereign was mad, that the execution was mercy. Perhaps that the bloodline died out naturally, and the marks you carry are a hoax, a Tide Chapel forgery meant to destabilize the duchy. Kulan's voice hardened. She will have the chapel preachers, the household records, and the alliance witnesses all repeating the same story by the time the bells ring. Aurelio stepped forward. We still have the copied pages, the ones Neria and I transcribed in the lower archive. You have fragments. Kulan faced him. Pages torn from a larger record, written in your hand, not authenticated by any seal or witness. The dowager will say you fabricated them to protect a servant you have compromised yourself with. The word landed like a slap. Compromised. Neria saw Aurelio's jaw tighten, but he did not deny it. The house knows about your attachment. Kulan continued, quieter now. The whispers have reached even my office. A maid in the East Wing corridor, a footman who saw you both in the storm gallery. The rumors about the Tide Warden claim have already spread through the lower floors. Tobias saw to that. But there are other whispers now. Whispers about the heir and his servant. Neria felt the heat rise to her face, not shame, anger. Let them whisper. They will do more than whisper when the dowager moves openly. Kulan went quiet. We know what she is doing. He stepped between them, facing the steward. We know, but standing here talking about what she will do is not the same as stopping her. And how do you propose to stop her? Kulan's voice held no mockery, only exhaustion. The ledger is gone. The alliance is being sealed in 2 days. The Tide Chapel is being prepared for a ritual that will either unmake Neria's bloodline or confirm it, depending on who controls the ceremony. And you, the heir of House Farrell, are standing in my office with your ungloved hands still smelling of a servant's skin. Aurelio flinched. Lyria saw it, saw the crack in his composure, the way his fingers curled toward his palm as though he could hide the evidence of what they had done. Then we find the ledger, she said. Both of them looked at her. We find the ledger, she repeated. The dowager may have taken it, but she cannot destroy it. Not yet. Not if she still needs it as bait, or as proof for whichever story she decides to tell. She met Kulan's gaze. Who helped her? Who moved in the dark during the blackout? Kulan was silent a moment, then she said slowly, the lower archive was sealed by the dowager's order. Only 3 people have keys. Me, Father Anselm, and the senior clerk, a man named Verrate who had served Brynhall for 30 years. Where is Verrate now? I do not know. He did not report for evening prayer. The words dropped like stones into still water. Neria first booked up by Hartward. Chapter 37. The chapel bells began before dawn. Nerissa heard them from her closet. the iron clappers striking in that slow, ceremonial rhythm that meant a formal declaration, not a service. 3 rings. A pause. 3 rings. The sound crawled through the stone walls and settled in her chest like a second heartbeat. She was already dressed, had not slept. The stolen ledger pages lay flat beneath her mattress, and Veret's name circled her mind like a current she could not escape. The bells stopped. Silence held for one long breath. Then the household woke at once. Footsteps pounded overhead. Doors slammed along the east corridor. A voice she did not recognize shouted orders about the main hall banners, the Feral Blue and Moret's Seafoam, to be hung before the morning meal. Nuriza pressed her palm flat against the wall. The stone was cold. The hum beneath it had not returned. She found Aurelio in the lower gallery, standing beneath the great window where gray light fell across the floor in slabs. He was already wearing formal wool, dark and unadorned, but his hands were bare. No rings, no housepins. He turned when she entered. The look on his face told her everything before he spoke. "They are raising the Moret banner. I heard the bells. The announcement will be made at the midday meal." His voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a man reading a statement he had not written. "The betrothal negotiations will be sealed at the next assembly. 2 days." 2 days. Nuriza had known the timeline. Tobiah had told her. Klon had confirmed it. But hearing it from Aurelio's mouth made it real in a way that information had not. The marriage alliance was no longer a threat on the horizon. It was here, being hung on the walls. "What do you need me to do?" The question came out before she had thought it through. 9 years of service reflexes. Aurelio's jaw tightened. "Do not ask me that. It is a practical question. It is a servant's question." He stepped closer. "You are not my servant. Not today. Not ever again." The words hit her like a hand on bare skin. She held his gaze. "Then tell me what you are going to do." He was silent a moment. Then he said, "I am going to stand in the main hall and let them raise the banners. I am going to nod at the right moments and say nothing that can be used against us. And I am going to find Veret before the dowager does." "And the betrothal?" "I am not marrying Seraphine Moret." The words were quiet, final. Nuriza felt something shift in her chest, a loosening she had not known she was holding tight. "What will you do when they call you to the altar?" "I will refuse." "And if the dowager forces the ceremony anyway?" He met her eyes. "Then I will burn this house down." The echo of his old vow hung between them. Nuriza pulled her gaze away first. "We need to move. Before the midday meal binds you to something you cannot walk back from." She turned toward the service corridor. "Nuriza." She stopped. "Whatever happens in the main hall," he said, "whatever they say or do or claim, I need you to know, I know." She did not look back. "That is what scares me." The main hall had been transformed. Feral blue banners hung between the pillars, their edges brushing the stone floor. Seafoam silk mocked the Moret presence, draped across the high table where the dowager would sit. Servants moved in choreographed streams, adjusting linen, setting salt cellars, lighting the tallow candles that would burn through the announcement. Nuriza stood at the back of the hall, pressed against the wall where the shadows pulled thickest. She had no place in this ceremony. She was not serving. She was not family. She was a witness who had not been invited, but could not look away. The household filed on. Upper servants first, then lower clerks, then the chapel acolytes in their salt-stained robes. Father Anselm walked past her without looking, his pale eyes fixed on the altar where the dowager would stand. Then the Maret delegation entered. Seraphine walked at their head, dressed in seafoam silk that caught the candlelight like water. She did not look at the farewell banners. She looked at the high table, at the empty chair where Aurelio would sit, and her expression was unreadable. Nerissa watched her and felt something cold settling her stomach. Seraphine was not a villain. That was the problem. She was a woman doing exactly what the system required, as Nerissa had done for 9 years. The dowager entered last. Marceline wore black silk with the black pearl throat piece at her neck, the pale Tideberg mark just visible above the collar. She moved to the center of the high table and waited until the hall fell silent. House Farrowhall has stood at Lenault's shore for 42 years, she said, her voice carrying without effort. We have held the tide. We have kept the salt law. We have ensured that the duchy does not drown in the chaos that consumed the old line. She paused, her gaze swept the room. Today we seal the future, House Farrowhall and House Maret together, the alliance that will bind these waters. The hall murmured its approval. Nerissa felt her salt-marked pulse. Once. Twice. A warning she could not ignore. Aurelio stood at the edge of the high table, his face carved from stone. He did not look at the dowager. He looked at the back of the hall, at the shadows where Nerissa stood. Their eyes met. Chapter 38. The hall held its silence like a held breath, fragile and about to shatter. Nerissa stood at the back wall with Aurelio beside her, the weight of 50 stairs pressing against her skin. She could feel the shape of her name still howling in the air, Alarin, spoken by a voice she could not trace, and now the room was waiting to see what happened next. The dowager's hand remained closed on the table. She did not look at Nerissa. She looked at Aurelio, and her voice, when it came, was quiet enough that only the nearest rows could hear, but sharp enough to carry the length of the hall. Aurelio Ferreo, return to your place. He did not move. The dowager's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. You will not make a spectacle of this house in front of our guests. Then do not ask me to stand where I cannot be seen, he said, and his voice carried exactly the right tone, efficient, bored, routine. Marceline's gaze flicked to her, a brief assessment. Do it quickly. Quillan inclined her head and walked toward the back of the hall. She did not hurry, did not signal, did not look at anyone. She simply arrived at Nuria's side and waited. Aurelio tensed. Nuria's touched his wrist, barely a brush of fingers, and he stilled. I will find you, she said, low enough that no one else could hear. He looked at her, and something passed between them that she could not name. A promise without words, a shared understanding that the ground beneath them was shifting, and they had not yet decided where to stand when it settled. Quillan's hand closed around Nuria's elbow, firm but not rough. Come. She let herself be guided away from the wall, past the murmuring clerks, past the servants who dropped their eyes as she passed. She felt the hall watching her leave, felt the weight of their attention like a garment too heavy for her frame. The side door closed behind them. The corridor was empty. The candles had been relit after the storm blackout, casting long shadows across the damp stone floor. Quillan released her elbow and kept walking, not bothering to check if Nuria followed. They passed the lower gallery, the kitchen stores, the narrow stair that led to the old brew cistern. Quillan did not speak until they reached the alcove behind the salt casks, where she had cornered Nuria's weeks ago. She stopped, turned. Her pale eyes were unreadable, but her voice when she spoke carried the weight of someone who had already calculated every outcome and found none of them good. The hall has split 3 ways, she said. The deniers will pretend tonight did not happen until they are forced to look. The opportunists will wait to see which side the dowager lands on, and the frightened— She paused. The frightened will talk. They already are. Nurias felt the truth of it settle in her chest. And some? Preparing a sermon against heresy as we speak. He will call the whispers blasphemy and demand the household purify itself before the alliance is sealed. How long? Dawn. Quillen's mouth tightened. He will use the morning service to frame the narrative before the Dowager's assembly. By the time the sun is fully up, your name will be either a lie or a curse. Nuria's salt mark pulsed, a slow, steady heat that had not dimmed since the bell tower. She pressed her palm against her sleeve, feeling the warmth beneath the linen. Quillen watched the gesture and said nothing. The Dowager has ordered Aurelio to assist in placing you under protective custody, she said. Protective. Do not mistake the word for mercy. She will put you in the east wing room, lock the door, and claim the household is keeping you safe from the loyalists who might try to use you. By the time anyone asks to see you, the Tide Chapel will be ready. Nuria's throat tightened. He will not do it. He will be asked to choose between you and everything he has ever known, in front of everyone he has ever been accountable to. Quillen's voice softened, almost imperceptibly. He may choose you. He may not survive the choice either way. The words hung in the cold air. Quillen reached into her sleeve and pulled out a small iron key, tarnished and worn. She pressed it into Nuria's palm and folded her fingers over it. The drainage channel from the salt store to the seawall is still open, she said. Quillen's route. I marked the grate with a notch after I showed you the first time. If you decide to go before the bells, the key opens the old grate from the outside. Nuria stared at the key in her hand. There may still be one route out, Quillen said, but you must decide in time. The Dowager's men will seal the salt store at dusk. She stepped back, her paled eyes holding Nuria's for a moment longer than necessary. 40 years I have waited for someone who could do what I could not, she said. I did not wait this long to watch you let them take you. She turned and walked away, her footsteps fading into the damp stone corridor. Nuria stood alone in the alcove, the key cold against her palm. Her salt mark pulsed, and somewhere above her, she heard the first bell begin to ring. Not the chapel bell, the alarm bell, the one that only rang when the house was under threat. Chapter 39. The alarm bell still rang as Nerissa reached the salt store, the key cold and sharp against her palm. She had not decided to use it yet. Her feet had carried her here, while her mind was still arguing with itself, still turning over Quallon's warning, still seeing Aurelio's face across the hall when the crowd had frozen around them. She pressed her palm flat against the salt-crusted door. The bell stopped. The silence that followed was worse, thick and waiting, as if the house itself had drawn a breath and held it. She heard footsteps before she could place their direction, measured and unhurried, coming from the service stair. She turned, ready to flee, ready to explain nothing, ready to— Aurelio. He stepped into the alcove with no lamp, no attendant, no pretense of escort. His collar was undone. His hands were empty. His face carried the same expression she had seen in the storm gallery the night she had taken his bare hand. A man who had already calculated the cost and decided he would pay it. You should not be here, she said. Neither should you. He stopped an arm's length away, close enough that she could see the pulse in his throat. Marceline expects me to find you. She expects me to deliver you to the East Wing and stand guard until the Tide Chapel is ready. And what do you expect? He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded leather pouch, worn at the edges, tied with a plain cord. He held it out to her. She did not take it. What is that? Documents. A travel pass signed by a merchant factor who owes me a debt I will never call in if I use it this way. A letter of introduction to a household inland, past the marshes, past the salt flats, where no one has ever heard of Brine Hall or the Tidewardens or the Farewell name. His voice was steady, but his hand trembled slightly. Coin enough to reach it, a name that belongs to no house. She stared at the pouch. Arelyn, she said. No. He shook his head. Not Arelyn. That name is too close to the surface now. You need something the chapel cannot trace, something the dowager's men will not recognize if they stop you on the road. He pushed the pouch toward her again. I cannot stop the machinery of my class, he said. Not yet. I cannot unmake what my family built. I cannot stand in that hall tomorrow and undo 40 years of silence with a single speech. But I can refuse to become its hand. She took the pouch. The leather was warm from his body. She could feel the shape of the coins through the fabric, the crisp edge of the documents. A whole life, folded and tied, small enough to fit in her palm. Where does this name go? She asked. East. 3 days past the March crossing, there is a town called Fallamire. Small. No tidecraft, no noble house within a day's ride. The merchant factor will meet you at the crossing with a room and a position that asks no questions about where you came from. She closed her fingers around the pouch. And you. The question hung between them, too heavy to lift, too sharp to put down. I stay, he said. I stand in that hall and let Marceline announce the betrothal. I let her believe she had won. I give you time. Time for what? To reach the crossing before she realizes the pouch is gone. To be far enough that even if she sends riders, they will not find you. The salt mark at her wrist pulsed, a slow, deep warmth that spread up her arm and settled in her chest. She looked at his face, at the sharp bones she had traced with her eyes 100 times, at the mouth that had spoken her name like a prayer in the dark. What if I do not want to go? Then you stay. His voice cracked, just once at the edge. And I stand beside you in that hall as I promised I would. I let them try to take us both. The corridor breathed around them, damp and cold. She thought of Fallamire, a town with no tide, a room with a door that belonged only to her. A life where no one knew her name, where she could wake and sleep and move without the weight of 50 stairs pressing against her skin. She thought of the hum beneath Brine Hall, the old power waking beneath her feet, the marks that had begun to glow in the dark, answering something she had not yet learned to name. She thought of his hand in hers, skin to skin, the thrum that had passed between them like a current finding its ground. I will find you, she said. The words came out before she had decided to speak them, quiet and certain, the same words she had given him in the alcove behind the salt casks, a promise without shape, a thread she was not ready to cut. He looked at her, and something passed across his face, hope or grief or both, too fast to separate. You should go now, he said, before the bell rings again, before I change my mind and beg you to stay. She stepped forward. She pressed the pouch against her chest with one hand and reached for him with the other. Her fingers found his, cold and still, and she held them the way she held them in the dark of the upper gallery, as if the world could not touch them if they did not let go. He did not pull away. Say it, she whispered. Before I leave, say something I can carry with me. He opened his mouth, and the footsteps came. Not distant, not approaching from a corridor she could measure. Close. The scrape of a boot against stone from the stairwell behind the salt casks, the one she had not heard open. Aurelio's fingers tightened around hers. The door swung inward, and the figure in the threshold was not the dowager's man, not Anselm, not Cleon. It was Wensla. The old laundress stood in the doorway with her pale blue eyes fixed on them, her hands folded at her waist, her face carrying a stillness Theresa had never seen in her before. Her firm gaze moved from Teresa's face to the pouch pressed against her chest, then to Aurelio's hand locked around hers. She did not sign. She spoke. "Too slow," she said, her voice rough from disuse, the words shaped like stones worn smooth by water. "Both of you, too slow." Chapter 40. The salt store held its breath. Wensla stood in the threshold with her hands still folded at her waist, her pale blue eyes moving from Nerisa's face to the pouch pressed against her chest, to Aurelio's fingers locked around hers. The candlelight caught the film at the edges of her gaze, the deep, patient stillness of someone who had been watching longer than anyone remembered. "Too slow," she repeated, her rough voice scraping against the silence. 40 years I waited for you to remember who you were, and you would let me watch you run." Nerisa's fingers tightened on the pouch. The leather creaked. "You knew. Before you were born." Wensla stepped into the salt store, moving with the same measured rhythm she used when sorting wet linens, as if she had walked this path 1,000 times. "I held your mother's hand while she bled into the marsh mud. I wrapped you in her shift and carried you through the flood tide market before your first teeth broke." The world tilted. Nerissa felt Aurelio's hand grip hers harder, studying, but the stone floor seemed to shift beneath her feet. The woman who had mended her cuffs, who had slipped her salve of warning, and the small, fierce kindnesses that had kept Nerissa alive through 9 winters, had known her before she had a name worth keeping. "You are the one who changed the village records. I am the one who burned them." Wenza's filmed eyes did not blink. "And told the midwife she had never seen a silver-marked child, and told the factor who came asking that the last Tidewarden girl had drowned in the spring flood. I am the one who kept you alive, so that one day you could choose something better than hiding." The candle flame wavered. Aurelio stepped forward, placing himself half between them. "The Dowager has already sent for Anselm. The assembly bell will ring within the hour. If you knew who she was, if you have been waiting, then tell us what you want." Wenza's gaze moved to him, slow and unimpressed. "I want her to stop letting pharaohs decide where she goes." She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small folded square of oiled cloth, stained with years of handling. She held it out to Nerissa. "The old drainage channel will take you to the seawall, but Quion's route ends at the dock district. This one goes deeper, beneath the root vaults, beneath the pharaoh foundations, to the place where the first Tidewarden sovereign built the ward that still holds the sea back from Lyrenhol." Nerissa stared at the cloth. "The ward that holds the sea back. The same." Wenza's voice dropped, rougher now, worn thin by disuse. "The pharaohs have spent 40 years pretending they built this house on noble salt. But Brainhall was raised on Tidewarden stone. Every pillar, every beam, every seal they painted over with their own crest. The foundations are still ours." The word hit Nerissa like cold water. Ours. "The assembly will declare you a heretic if you walk into it without proof," Wensla said. "They will let Father Ansel unmake your claim, and the Dowager will smile and pour wine for the Marag delegation while your bloodline dies for the second time. Unless you find the thing they have been trying to bury." "What thing?" "The first ward does not just hold back the sea." Wenza pressed the cloth into Nerissa's hand, her fingers dry and papery against Nerissa's skin. "It remembers who built it. And when it answers you in front of witnesses, no chapel sermon, no dowager's decree, no fear-all alliance will be able to call you a lie." The bells began to ring. Not the alarm bell from the tower, but the deeper, slower rhythm of the chapel, the call that pulled the household toward the great hall for assembly. Nereza counted the strokes. 4, 5, 6. The summons for a formal declaration before both houses. Aurelio's face went tight. That is the call for the betrothal announcement. Marceline is moving faster than we expected. She knows the whispers are spreading, Wenza said. She wants to seal the alliance before the hall decides which story to believe. Nereza looked down at the oiled cloth in her palm. The fabric was warm from Wensla's pocket, the creases deep and permanent, as if the map had been folded and carried for years. She thought of Falomire, the room with a door that belonged only to her, the quiet caf where no one knew her name. She thought of the hum beneath her feet, the old power waking. The marks that had begun to glow when Aurelio touched her, answering something neither of them had named. What happens to the tide if the ward breaks? Wenza's pale eyes held her, normally a fewer sweetbreen. Mayam was using a special walk for the sweetwork, shopping coming the song, his one who heard lived, allowing Spegrogetian news to Flatstone, entirely, discussed not. I want her to stop letting Farrells decide where she goes. She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small, folded square of oiled cloth, stained with years of handling. She held it out to Nereza. The old drainage channel will take you to the seawall, but Quion's route ends at the dock district. This one goes deeper, beneath the root vaults, beneath the Farrell foundations, to the place where the first Tide Warden sovereign built the ward that still holds the sea back from Lyrenholt. Nereza stared at the cloth. The ward that holds the sea back. The same. Wenza's voice dropped, rougher now, worn thin by disuse. The Farrells have spent 40 years pretending they built this house on noble salt. But Brynhall was raised on Tidewarden stone. Every pillar, every beam, every seal they painted over with their own crest. The foundations are still ours. The worst hit Nereza like cold water. Ours. The assembly will declare you a heretic if you walk into it without proof, Wenza said. They will let Father Anselm unmake your claim, and the dowager will smile and pour wine for the Marek delegation while your bloodline dies for the second time. Unless you find the thing they have been trying to bury. What thing? The first ward does not just hold back the sea. Wenza pressed the cloth into Nereza's hand, her fingers dry and papery against Nereza's skin. It remembers who built it, and when it answers you instead of witnesses, no chapel sermon, no dowager's decree, no Farrell alliance will be able to call you a lie. The bells began to ring, not the alarm bell from the tower, but the deeper, slower rhythm of the chapel, the call that pulled the household toward the great hall for assembly. Nereza counted the strokes. 4, 5, 6. The summons for a formal declaration before both houses. Aurelio's face went tight. That is the call for the betrothal announcement. Marceline is moving faster than we expected. She wants the light spread along the spiral, slow and patient, filling the gouged scars with brightness until the entire corridor hummed with a low, resonant warmth that pressed against Nereza's skin like a heartbeat. Behind her, Aurelio breathed something she did not catch. And in the distance, through the stone, through the layers of ferroil plaster and broken wards, and the weight of all the years she had spent trying to disappear, she heard the sea. Not the crash of waves against the seawall, the rhythm beneath it, the voice that had been calling her name since before she was born. The 7th bell began to ring.